with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Here we go. It is a Tuesday morning edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning to you. Coming up, we get started with the action from last night's Home Run Derby in Atlanta and the big dumper bringing it home. In 20 minutes, list season continues as ESPN releases its top 10 quarterbacks in the NFL. But do we agree or not? Since it's a Tuesday, we're going to dip into my streaming corner at 6:40 during the 7 o'clock hour. More football news and why one former player from the NFL has been suspended as head coach of his high school team. Then the big game is finally here. We make our picks for the Midsummer Classic, including the prop bets we might sprinkle a little bit of money on. Finally at 8 o'clock, it is almost time for the All-Star game in the WNBA. We will bring in John Nolan, the play-by-play voice of the Indiana Fever, and then hand out our favorite plays at 8:40. I'm Michael Jenkins in D.C. My partner in crime is Chelsea Messenger. Chelsea. We were talking about wrestling before the show, so I feel like I'm in that mindset right now. How are you?
Good morning. So it was a big night in the Buchanan household.
Oh.
Not only was it the home run derby, because obviously we are baseball people here. Also, the Tooth Fairy made a visit for the very first time. My 5-year-old lost her first tooth, so it was a big day as a parent of being able to partake in that tradition.
And now Blake's rich. She's rich. How much money did she make?
Well, that was the big discussion, because it's like you can't give too much because you can't do that for every tooth, right? But we wanted something big for her first one.
Okay.
So we did 20. But it's only for the first one.
Oh,
I think we're going to go down
setting
for
the bar
other
high.
ones.
She's going to be pulling her teeth by the end of the day.
But that was like the quarterback of her squad.
I want to buy
like
crypto.
No, the thing is, there's this Barbie set that she really wants, and I think it's like $18 or something. So I was like, all right, we'll give her a 20, because like she doesn't understand money yet. So like I feel like next time we could give her $5 and she would think it's the same thing.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea. And plus, it's nice, first time. Did she freak out when she lost her tooth? The first time that ever happened, was it no big deal?
She was going to faint. She clearly is not going to go into the medical field, because the other day when we brushed it, it started bleeding, and she literally puked.
Oh, okay. Maybe she deserves that $20 then. Well, congratulations. It's always a big deal when you lose the first tooth. And then in a couple years, she'll be doing the thing, where she's trying to pull it out, or the old school, put a string around this and tie it to a door and slam the door and the tooth will come out. Remember that back in the day?
Yeah. That's one of those things where you look back and you're like, wow, maybe that wasn't the smartest thing. Because now I think the consensus is you let it fall out on its own. And that's what we did. Like, I think she was just sitting in the back seat and it just kind of came loose.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel like there's a lot of things like from our childhood that you look back on, you're like, I don't know about that. Like, did you ever do the string to the tooth thing? Like, I don't think I ever did that, but I know of people who did.
I tried it. It never worked successfully. Like, that's one of those things, like, in theory sounds good. And then in practice, you're like, oh, God, and then you're like messing her. Kind of gross. But I had a couple friends who tried it successfully. It does work, but it's gross.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know who was giving us advice, but I think that was like pre-Google. What was the problem? Because now you can just Google everything. And now everything like has an answer. And back in the day, you're just like, I don't know. Seems legit. So like that was basically how we were brought up. And I think that explains a lot between the differences in generations.
That's true. I mean, I say it's gross, but then again, I just watched a guy get choked out by a chain on AEW All In. So, who am I to talk about what's gross and what's not? You know what I mean? What's not gross? Your win from last night. Somebody had to get a dub, but it was you.
Yeah, I felt like this was a nice bet to find, but let me tell you, betting on this and like finding the results were not that easy. So I was kind of nervous the whole night, but it did feel like a clear-cut winner because O'Neal Cruz, the bet was him to have the highest exit velocity. Before the home run derby, he had the highest exit velocity ever recorded on a home run in the history of StatCast. So last night he was mashing balls as well. Hit one 119, the fastest or the hardest. I don't know what's fast. Yeah, fastest of any contestant. So that was a winner.
Nice job. I had James Wood to advance to the semis. Loser, the Donkster, went with plus money. Brent Rooker to win it all at plus 850. That was a loss as well. So it's early, but nice job on that. Some plus money for you as well. You are 1-0. I am 0-1 along with the Donkster here on the Daily Tip on a BetMGM network. And let's begin with the Derby because, like it or not, it was Pat McAfee who got things underway.
Hailing from Halloween, North Carolina, a man who's doing something that no catcher has ever done in the history of the sport, with the fattest ass in all of professional sports.
And leading the big leagues with 38 homers so far.
Ladies and gentlemen, Big Dumper Cal Raleigh.
Call courtesy of ESPN. So after that, we get Pirate slugger O'Neal Cruz. You were talking about him. A 513-foot shot, a 498-foot shot as well. James Wood from here in D.C., a 486-foot bomb. But this event is about the man who leads the majors in home runs, Cal Raleigh. Bear makes it out of the first round, edging Brent Rooker by less than an inch in the tiebreaker. So Raleigh, Cruz, Byron Buxton, and Junior Caminero advance to the semifinals. Raleigh comes home at minus 275, Cruz minus 200, Buxton minus 105, Caminero at plus 140. The Big Dumper and Caminero make the final. Raleigh's odds plus 110, Caminero at plus 475, and that's when the Dumper brings it home.
It's Cal Raleigh's season. It's Cal Raleigh's Derby. 18 home runs in the final, and Cal Raleigh joins Ken Griffey Jr. as the only Mariners champions and becomes the first catcher in 39 years to win the home run derby.
He was your favorite at plus 280. He wins it, and his magical season, Chelsea, continues. Just everything coming up, Cal.
Yeah, this was his moment, and this was his spotlight for a year, unlike any other for Cal Raleigh. The Big Dumper taking center stage and making the absolute most of it. I felt like that was the biggest takeaway for me, is that people going into this said, hey, there's not too much star power in this year's home run derby. Well, Cal Raleigh took advantage of it because he was the biggest star out there, and then he won the whole thing. So putting an exclamation point on a great season for Cal Raleigh, I feel like this improved his star power. So if anybody, had a great case to, be in the home run derby, and obviously winning it certainly helps, this was great for Cal Raleigh. I feel like this improved his star power immensely.
Yeah, it was really cool to see him because I feel like, we had Cody Decker on and he was sort of pontificating about the fact that, look, if you're not really following baseball, you probably don't know who Cal Raleigh is. Even now, he's just not really a known commodity. So hopefully this helps solidify his name. It was really awesome. I will say I was sort of underwhelmed with the Derby overall, but I did love seeing his dad pitching to him and his brother catching. His brother, and I love the mic you could hear where every now and then Cal would hit a home run and you could hear his little brother go, oh yeah, something like that. So those little family moments are something that do make this event pretty special.
Yeah, I didn't realize that Cal Raleigh's dad actually recruited Jake. We were watching the broadcast, and Jake was like, that's his dad? Because apparently he used to be a coach at Western Carolina. And the story there is that Jake was being recruited by a lot of North Carolina schools, and Western Carolina was one of them. So Jake made a courtesy call and said, hey, I'm going to go to NC State. I really appreciate the offer. Like, you guys were great. I'm just going to go with NC State. And then he hung up on him. Didn't even give him an answer.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a tough one.
So I don't think Jake was rooting for Cal Raleigh, even though I will say this, people are not their fathers. And I feel like you shouldn't put it on other family members. But that was like a fun little watch. He was like, is that Todd Raleigh? I was like, yeah, it's Cal Raleigh's dad. The other one we saw was, I think it was Tommy Watkins, who I think is related to Sammy Watkins. He lives in Fort Myers. He now is a third base coach, I believe, for the Twins. He was pitching to Byron Buxton. So it's funny, like the little side characters that you see, because baseball is such a small world that you like know a lot of people. So those are like the fun personal anecdotes from last night.
Did you like the event as a whole? I have to say, I was kind of like, I'm not a Pat McAfee guy. So I was like, all right, does he have to be in everything? I was like, of course. Like I understand. I'm not a huge McAfee guy, but I understand his appeal, right? Like you don't have to necessarily be someone's biggest stand to say, okay, but I get why you are popular. But I feel like ESPN kind of keeps shoehorning him and like forcing him into our faces. So I really didn't need this. And honestly, what bothered me more than this was the split screen. That was driving me crazy. I'm like, dude, I want to see these bombs because the split screen, you think it's going to help you, right? But you can't watch both at once. I mean, in theory, you're like, we'll put a split screen. You can watch a guy hit a home run while the previous home run is exiting the park or whatever it is. But you got to watch one or the other. You can't see both at the same time unless you're some sort of, lizard with eyes that go in different directions. And so I thought it was actually more distracting to me. I like seeing someone, just absolutely swing away. And then you see how far it goes full screen as opposed to trying to pick a side.
Yeah, if you watch the StatCast version, it did this. Like, it was on one screen, but, like, it was an alternate cast. So, like, this is not the version that most people saw. I totally agree with you. And I think this is the one thing I don't like about this format, that they, just swing away, swing away, swing away. When it wasn't timed, we got to watch and enjoy how far the ball went. And isn't that the point of the home run derby? You want to see how far the ball goes. You want to see the tape measure shots. You want to see O'Neal Cruz, like almost kill a person in left field or whatever, because he's hitting it so hard. So I feel like that's the one tweak that I would do to the home run derby. I don't know if Rob Manfred is listening or he cares, but I think people keep bringing that up, is that, the iconic home run derbies are the ones where they sit back and they have a chance to really rear back and put all of their will and their might into hitting these home runs, as opposed to the rapid fire format.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I also think that, they were sort of trying to augment the fact that there just wasn't a lot of star power there. And so I feel like I'm bagging on this event. It was, here's the thing. It's naturally great, right? Like it's naturally a fun event. So I don't know how you can't have a good time when you're doing it. It's just that it didn't have that bump of star power. We saw the lowest number of home runs in the first round, I think, ever. There were like just a handful before things finally got going. And how many did Jazz Chisholm have? Like 4?
3, 4?
3 or 4, something like that, And it's nothing personal, but someone like that just shouldn't be in the home run derby. I mean, anyone should be able to participate, but he's not a home run guy, It's like we were talking about, we talked about all week. Where is, the star power? Where's the star? I want to see sluggers going at it. Like, imagine if you had these bombs with, a Pete Alonso or an Aaron Judge or a Juan Soto and a Cal Raleigh. Those big names. Then I feel like it would really elevate the event. And because you don't have that elevation, Major League Baseball, ESPN is like, okay, let's find a way to add something to it because it feels like it's inherently missing something.
Well, it does. And I'm not going to sit here and say I didn't wish to see Aaron Judge and Giancarlo Stanton in this. But I will say I still think it's like several levels above like the dunk contest, because it reminds me of, when the dunk contest still had guys who were in the NBA and really good, but they were on the come up. Like, remember the year with Zach LaVine and Aaron Gordon before they were superstars? Because we did have some young superstars, maybe on the come up in this year's home run derby. Because if you watch O'Neal Cruz, like, that's all you want from a home run hitter.
Yeah.
He is maybe not the best overall hitter, but he's tailor-made for the home run derby. Junior Caminero had his moment. Somebody who also was up there when it came to like the StatCast numbers, exit velocity. So maybe they're not the superstars of today, but I will say it is a great launching pad for some of these young guys, and maybe for a bigger audience to realize, hey, there are other guys other than just Aaron Judge and, Giancarlo Stanton.
No, that's a good point, because ultimately this is, what is All-Star Week in Major League Baseball, right? It's a showcase. So that's good for those. It's the same reason why that they're having Mizorowski from the Brewers in there, right? They just want to generate excitement. They want to have a name in there, or an exciting young guy, even though he's only pitched 5 games. And I know that's been a thing as well. So I don't disagree with you. I just, want to see the Stars. Well, and at the very least, we get the Stars tonight because we get the actual All-Star game. Coming up next on the show. Oh, if you love making lists, this is your time of year. ESPN has revealed its top 10 quarterbacks in the league. We're going to talk about that and more next. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Tip presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back on a Tuesday. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Great to have you with us as we are smack dab in the middle of another week. Coming up on the show, Patrick Mahomes is widely considered the best quarterback in the NFL, but for how much longer? So I'm in a concert mood right now because the lovely Catherine and I went to a concert last week in Baltimore. We saw the goth, sort of satanic rock band Ghost. They don't really lean into that too much. It's more of like a show than anything else. It's really not that serious. So we had a great time. But I was reading about music like I always do, and I saw that over the weekend, Darius Rucker, you know Darius Rucker, formerly of Hootie and the Blowfish from back in the day, and been solo for a long time. He was performing in Atlantic City, lost his voice completely. So he's in the middle of the concert and keeps trying to push through it, and says, this has never happened to me before. I can't do it. So he had to stop the concert, full stop, and gave everyone a refund. But really bad for him because I feel like he's a super talented guy. Have you ever been to a concert where you had an artist pull out the last second, or maybe the performance for one reason or the other wasn't what you anticipated?
I don't think I've been to that many concerts. Like, I think I've been to like maybe 5. So I feel like that's like a rarity. That has never happened to me. I feel like Darius Rucker could have done the thing where he has the crowd sing, though. Like Wagon Wheel. Like, how many drunk people would just sing that at the top of their lungs? Like, people know that song word for word. I don't know. I feel like you could do something to the effect of, like, I don't think you should ever lip sync, but do you think it would be fair if they had, like, a backing track, just, like, in case of emergencies?
I think ultimately if you're known for actually singing the song, I think it's okay to have a backing track. I feel like a lot of artists do. But if you really can't sing, then I think you should come back at another time. And, you know, it's one thing to have like kind of a weaker voice because you've been on tour. It's quite another to completely lose your voice where you can't sing at all. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Come on, everybody! Rock me, Mom! I was like, okay, nobody wants to hear that, you know, with Wagon Wheel or something like that. You gotta, at some point you have to sing a little bit, unless you're known for lip syncing, like someone like Britney Spears or someone like that, where it's about the show and not about the actual singing. Like I saw Darius Rucker years ago in South Carolina. He was great. He was super good. And sang some Hootie and the Blowfish stuff, sang his stuff. So it was a fantastic concert. But, you know, part of that was that you could tell that he had so much talent.
Yeah. So did he sing like some of his songs at least? And his voice just gave out halfway in between?
I think that's what happened. He started and I think his voice was struggling already. I think I saw a couple TikToks on it. And then, you know, what was it, midway through or near the end, he just couldn't do it.
Ah, well, at least he like tried. Like, I think that's all people want is to like show that you had some effort and that it's like you're not making it up. Because like the only time I've heard people complain is when it's like Morgan Wallen and like the night before he was like drinking with like Ole Miss co-eds and you're like, oh, is your voice really out? Or, you know, maybe you're nursing a hangover or what the NBA players call dehydration.
That's exactly right. Well, Darius Rucker's a huge football fan. People will forget this because way back in the day. Yeah, back in, he's a huge Dolphins fan. He has a very famous line in the Hootie and the Blowfish song, I Only Want to Be With You. He says, I'm such a baby because the Dolphins make me cry. And people are like, what does that mean? He was talking about the Miami Dolphins. Huge Dolphins fan. No Dolphins on our list of the top 10 quarterbacks in the NFL. I'm looking for Tua. I don't see him. I don't see him anywhere. Nope. So what ESPN is doing, I mean, it is list season. So what they're doing is they have polled more than 70 voters in the National Football League, scouts, coaches, execs, and they're going to release a position group, a top 10 position group for the next 11 days. God, list season. 11 days of this season. This season, the NFL, 2 players a day from now until eternity. Number one, Pat. Yeah.
Thanks, NFL.
Right. Thank you, NFL. Number 1 is Patrick Mahomes. Number 2, Josh Allen. Joe Burrow is 3. Lamar Jackson 4. JD, 5. Jaden Daniels is 5, followed by Matthew Stafford at 6. Justin Herbert, 7. 8 is Jared Goff. 9, Jalen Hurts. 10, Baker Mayfield. Any beef with this list? Should Patrick Mahomes still be number 1? I sort of feel like that. I think a motivated Patrick Mahomes. I mean, he's fat now, right? Like, he's huge. Hasn't he gained all this weight? Oh, he's massive now. There's that picture and that guy in Kansas City. Like, the offseason, man. I feel like a motivated Patrick Mahomes after what we saw in the Super Bowl is a dangerous Patrick Mahomes. So I would still have him at number 1, but maybe his hold on that number 1 spot is tenuous.
Well, how much do you factor in Super Bowls? Because Patrick Mahomes has 3 Super Bowl wins.
Mm-hmm.
Josh Allen has how many? 0. Joe Burrow has how many? 0. Lamar Jackson's won one, right? Didn't he win one a while back ago? No, he was in the Super Bowl. So all these other guys have 0 to their name. So let me ask you, how much do Super Bowls matter?
Well, they certainly matter. It's the measuring stick for the most part in the NFL. When you think about greatness, what's the first thing that you think of? You think of Super Bowls.
Rings.
You think of rings. When you think about Tom Brady, do you think about the passing yardage? Do you think about the touchdowns? Do you think about the good looks, the chiseled jaw? No, you're like, rings. He's got 7 of them. That's the first thing people point to. Now, I will say, and I think this is a fair point, I've heard some people say, which is the cast around you absolutely matters. Like Jalen Hurts at 9 is interesting. Even Dylan is saying this in the chat, like disrespectful to Jalen Hurts. Nick Sirianni was going off yesterday because some people have suggested that the Eagles carried Jalen Hurts to the Super Bowl. I have not heard that. Like I've said myself, it's much easier to play quarterback when you have a great supporting cast around you, like obviously, but that's much different than saying a team carried you to the Super Bowl. I have not heard that. I don't know. Maybe Sirianni's just bored during the offseason. But when you look at Patrick Mahomes, I was just going to say his offensive line has started to deteriorate talent-wise. The great receivers he has had in the past aren't the same as they used to be. Travis Kelce is older now. So I'm not saying it's the only reason for maybe Patrick Mahomes not being as dynamic as we've seen before, but it certainly doesn't help.
No, but he's still Patrick Mahomes, and I feel like it's going to take a while before he is unseated. Because, again, he has 3 Super Bowls, and nobody else, is even close, at least when it comes to these really talented quarterbacks that are like a few spaces behind him. But let's go back to Jalen Hurts. Mm-hmm. So if the knock on Jalen Hurts is that the rest of his team carries him because he has such a good offense, why is Jared Goff ahead of him? I guess, Jared Goff, it just feels like the same argument, right? Because when I look at this list, Jared Goff is a really good quarterback, and he's played in Super Bowls. But I feel like it's the same argument. Because if Jared Goff is on some of these other teams, let me ask you, do you think Jared Goff puts up good numbers if he was on the Commanders last year?
Probably not. Not very good.
That's what I'm saying.
Jaden Daniels just saved the Commanders'
carried
ass.
The team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want, and look, the Commanders have talent, but think about on how I believe the Commanders were the most aggressive team on 4th down of any team in the NFL, right? They just constantly went for it. And the reason why they were able to is because you have a guy like Jaden Daniels who can do so many things. You're not going for it on 4th down on a regular basis and leading the league in 4th down attempts with Jared Goff at quarterback. You're just not. So I think Jared Goff is criminally underrated. I also think the fact that Jalen Hurts is below him is preposterous. Jalen Hurts is...
Yeah, it's a little unfair.
It's very unfair. And I like Jared Goff a lot, but he's not Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts is an exceptional quarterback. So, this is both things can be true. You can be an awesome quarterback, a very good talent, and still have a great team around you. So, yes, he's helped by a great team, but he helps elevate that team because of his skill set. So I don't understand why Jared Goff would be ahead of Jalen Hurts. But this is according to more than 70 voters in the NFL. And plus, when these things happen, nobody attaches their names to these votes. People always have some sort of ulterior motive as well.
Right. And also, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter because all it matters is how good of a fit you are for your team and for the scheme that you are playing in. Because it's not quarterback is not, absent of relying on other players. So even if we want to argue that, like, hey, Jalen Hurts maybe has more talent around him, like, we don't operate in a vacuum, and we'll never see that. Like, this is not a skills competition where, it's just the quarterback by himself. So I think some of the other surprises on this list, maybe Baker Mayfield. Like, he's put up good numbers, and I think he's a great quarterback, but I was kind of surprised to see him getting some credit here. I think the ones that also surprised me is that I saw people mad about Aaron Rodgers not being in the top 10, which I'm saying, like, okay, which Aaron Rodgers are we talking about? Are we talking about prime Aaron Rodgers or current Aaron Rodgers? Because current Aaron Rodgers, I don't think belongs on this list. But then there are a couple other guys that were in the discussion to win MVP at one point in their career, and now I feel like have been, like, cast off the island. Like Kyler Murray, I feel like he has to, like, put up massive numbers for anybody to give him any type of credit. And it's been a while, so I think that's warranted. Brock Purdy, kind of the same argument as, like, Jared Goff, is that Brock Purdy was once in the MVP discussion. And it's just like, if he's not in the discussion every single year, people are like, yeah, well, it was the team around him. So some of these I think are fair. Like, who's voting for Bo Nix, though, to be in the top 10? Like, come on, man. Like, he had a great season, but who voted for him?
He has the potential. Like, I think Bo Nix is going to be a very good NFL quarterback. Is he a top 10 quarterback now? No, I don't think that at all. And I definitely don't think Aaron Rodgers is a top 10 quarterback. Like, the Jets let him go. You're going to start Justin Fields. What does that tell you? Aaron Rodgers is a good quarterback, but you know how it is. Sometimes people see the name and like, well, why isn't Aaron Rodgers on this list? I'm like, because he's not the Aaron Rodgers that he used to be. So most of this list is okay. Are you okay with Jaden Daniels being in the top 5? I am.
I think so. Just because he did so much with so little. Like, look at the year-to-year difference between the Commanders with Jaden Daniels on it and Jaden Daniels not running the show. Yeah. So I think, he deserves some credit. Same goes for, like, Matt Stafford. I feel like he's one of those guys that doesn't need that much help around. Like, he definitely has had some great receivers. Like, I am not discounting the fact that he's gotten to throw to Cooper Kupp a lot, even Puka Nacua. But still, he certainly garners a lot of respect. Somebody's won a Super Bowl, and I feel like even though he is getting older, I feel like we have not seen the signs of age with Matt Stafford because everybody ages differently. And I noticed this as I'm watching quarterback, is that, like, I'm watching the show and, like, Kirk Cousins looks pretty decent. Like, I'm not going to say he moves quickly, but he carries himself like a 45-year-old. I have to, like, keep reminding myself that he's younger than me, Jenks. But going back to Matt Stafford, like, he's 37, but I feel like he is a very in shape 37.
Yes, he is. And it's funny because there was, I think it was a couple of years ago, where he was deciding whether or not he wanted to play, decided to continue on with his career, and remains, just one of the better quarterbacks in the league and has been for a long, long time. We were talking about the Commanders, and one thing that happened yesterday, which is pertinent to Washington, is Garrett Wilson signing his extension with the Jets. It's a 4-year, $130 million extension, $90 million guaranteed. So he's going to average around $32.5 million a year, making him the 5th highest paid receiver in the NFL. The reason why I mention that is because Terry McLaurin wants a new deal from the Commanders. He's making around $22, $23 million a year, something like that. And he wants to get paid because he's been getting it done for a long time here in D.C., but Garrett Wilson is younger. So this probably helps the case for Terry McLaurin, who right now is not planning on participating until he gets a new deal. We're all keeping eyes on that here in D.C. Do you think Garrett Wilson is a top 5 receiver in the NFL?
Ooh, I don't know about that. Again, like, some of this is so arbitrary and some of it just depends on the quarterback that's throwing them the ball. But I did find it funny that you had to justify, like, Jets news by, like, listen, just bear with me. I know we don't care about the Jets.
I'll get there.
But here's how it pertains to a contender.
I'll get there.
Like, it's so funny that that's, like, the number one media market in the country. And it's like the Jets and the Giants. It's like, you have to make me care.
Yes. I mean, you're not wrong. Like, but the Jets. No, don't turn it off. Don't turn it off. We're not going to talk about the Jets the whole time. Wait. I don't think he's a top. I think this is based on potential. Like, he's on the outside. Like, he's definitely top 10. He's just not top 5. And also, I think that he's one of those guys. Look, he turns 25 this year. He's still a super young guy. And I think this is the Jets getting ahead of the curve as well, because the market for receivers, as we've seen with Jamar Chase or Justin Jefferson, can be out of this world. So I think for them at this moment is actually not a bad deal.
Well, also, like, value is in other things as well. And it's like, how much do you mean to the offense? Like, again, watching quarterback and seeing the connection between Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase, like a connection that goes back to college, like, that is such a meaningful connection and something that is so important to both guys that some of that's built into their contract as well.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. But now let's get Scary Terry signed here in D.C. so we don't have to stress about that anymore. Coming up next in the show. All right, last week I had an actual movie to review. But now it's back to true crime, baby. What we're all streaming here on the show, that is next in the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show on a Tuesday. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. Double D, give me something, please. I gotta wake up here. Here we go. Thank you, my friend. I'm Michael Jenkins. That is Chelsea Messenger. Whole crew back, ready to go here. Denton, Dylan, Double D. Coming up in mere moments, it is a slow time of year in sports, which means it is the perfect time to visit our streaming corner. When you stream, you want to have some food maybe, you munch on something, I don't know, some nuggies, maybe a dog, something like that. I saw an article yesterday. I wish I could get paid to write something like this. This was a long-form article on Slate. And the title of this article, Whatever Happened to Relish? And someone just this is a quote. It's the perfect mixture of tangy and sweet, providing a depth of flavor to whatever thing you put it on or mix it into. I can only assume the world remains ignorant to the condiment's superpower of balancing flavors. Why else would it be so neglected? I mean, I finally was like, I tried to read this, and I'm like, listen, I like relish from time to time. There's different types of relish. In the United States, it's mainly cucumber-based. And finally, I was like, I'm glad you're getting paid to write this long soliloquy about relish, but I don't quite have a passion for most foods like this person does. Are you a big relish person? Do you have a particular food or condiment that you will just die for?
Well, I don't know if I'd die for it, but I think my beef with this article is the fact that he's thinking that nobody uses relish. Go to a ballpark, bro. They have whole containers of it. Am I out of bounds here? Jenks, have you been to the dog station where they have huge things of ketchup, huge things of mustard, huge things of relish? Nobody has forgotten about relish. I'm pretty sure people still use this, and it's a top 3 condiment.
I read way too much of this article. I did not finish it. And I was like, okay, I've gotten my relish fix for today. But it was I went to the supermarket, and of course there was ketchup and mustard, and I saw some mayonnaise, and relegated to the bottom shelf was relish. You could barely find it. And I was like, okay, let's not sick you on solving the world's problems. Ma'am, could we maybe move the relish up maybe an extra row here? Because I see it on the bottom shelf, and I feel like there's a lot of people that like hot dogs. It's summer, by the way. Man, I will write a long-form article about it, mayonnaise, anything. It was quite the passionate plea.
This sounds like somebody who has no real problems. I always think this when I watch The Real Housewives, where they have to create problems in their own lives because they don't have any. And I feel like humans need to complain about something. So no matter how well off you are, you will find something to complain about or be unhappy about or say, oh, this is drama. Did you see the way she looked at me at that brunch?
Yeah.
This is not a real problem, Susan. It's not a real problem. You don't have to fixate on it for 3 episodes. But that's what happens when you don't have problems. That's what happens when you don't grow up in the era of having your teeth pulled by a string that's attached to a doorknob. This generation is soft.
You guys are soft. I'll tell you what. Let's get a string around that bicuspid, and I'll slam a door. We'll see how tough you are. Okay? See how that goes. Well,
all you'll eat is relish.
That's right. Yeah. Relish through a tube, tough guy. How about that? Okay. Well, you can have some relish tonight if you want. Let's give everyone a recommendation on something to binge.
What are you watching?
We enter Jenks Streaming Corner, where Jenks and Chelsea tell you what should and should not be streaming here on the Daily Tip.
What are you watching?
The lovely Catherine and I have to pivot. We just have to. There's no more Datelines for us to watch. We're all caught up. We're all caught up on 48 Hours.
I've seen every murder.
I swear to God. There's a new series on, I think you can find it on HBO Max, which is finally rebranded, by the way. Have you noticed this? The official rebrand is in place. If you look on your YouTube TV or whatever, you don't see the Max icon. It's HBO Max now. So they're back. So we saw a crime series called Fatal Destination, and it's sort of a take on Final Destination. What was interesting is it is voiced and executive produced by Jessica Biel. So this is her little pet project, yeah. And I will say, we're already done with it. 6 episodes, like we just blew through it. So most crime stuff is pretty cheap, like they do it on the cheap. This is actually pretty well produced, well shot, very well written. That's the one thing I appreciate. You can tell that Jessica Biel, I don't know if it's her writing, but she definitely oversaw a project where they put some extra effort into it. The problem is that if you follow true crime like we do, like some of the cases have been done before, so you know the cases. So if you're a big true crime person, I would say, you're probably going to be like, I know this one. If you don't, it's good. But as one user on Google Review writes, why would anyone watch this? It's terrifying. So that's also a little scary as well. They go into the weeds. It's about going on a vacation, and then things go terribly wrong on vacation. So if you're new to true crime, it's a nice way to get into it. If not, I would say stay away. Some of the stories are recycled.
I don't like it when it's like too close to home. Like, I don't want to watch stories that are like things go wrong on vacation airing this summer right before you go on vacation. Or the ones about like the planes going down, like before I go on a flight. Or even worse, like watching this on a plane. Like if you're watching like a show and it's like, hey, this episode's about a plane going down. You're like, great, I'm sitting on a plane now. My dreams will be haunted. But for me, I am currently streaming Quarterback. And I know that we've been kind of hinting at this for the last few weeks, so I decided to watch a few episodes. I've been pretty locked in for the first few episodes. And remember the hypothesis that I've been throwing out there about Joe Burrow, how I think he's actually kind of boring.
Yep.
I think that I'm starting to disprove that theory by watching this show. I don't think he's boring. I think he just speaks in such a boring voice that he sounds boring. And humor me here.
Okay.
Like, if you start listening to Joe Burrow, he has such a monotone voice. There's no inflection. And you're like, oh my gosh, like he's going to fall asleep. Where people are like, oh, he's so cool, calm, collected. I think he just has a monotone voice, and it just kind of has the appearance. Where like his facial expressions never change that much either. So I don't think he's boring. I just think he speaks in a boring way.
I mean, that's pretty close. I mean, that is a fair distinction. But also, wouldn't you be bored if someone talked to you all the time and they're just sort of monotone, their voice didn't move a whole lot? Yeah, I think probably Jalen Hurts is way too low on this list. I mean, I can tell you about his skill set. It's really interesting if you want to hear it.
That's a great Joe Burrow impression.
There you
go. Except you would be talking about like fossils or something, because like his interests are actually pretty interesting. It's just the way that he speaks about them. Like sometimes he has like the interest it feels like of like a 12-year-old boy. Like they have this like montage of showing him, talking about fossils. He was like, yeah, there are these fossils. It's so cool, man. They've been there for millions of years. And you're like, was that supposed to be emphasis?
Yeah.
It just says it twice, and you're like, wow, Joe, you really sold me.
Wow.
But I think his interests are cool. He just...
Yeah, I like football, and I like dinosaurs, and I like the Batmobile. I mean, I really like the Batmobile a lot. It's a shame I had to give that up, but it was cool. Do you like dinosaurs? I mean, how long do you think I could do a show like this before Andrew was like, hey, you have to talk in your normal voice and stop talking like Joe Burrow? I want to do a whole segment like pretending to be Joe Burrow and just barely emphasizing things.
Well, next time you like watch a press conference or something, like see if you notice that too, because I didn't notice until I saw like long form watching him speak. But I think the fact that he is good looking makes up for it. So like if you're watching a video, it's still interesting because he's good looking. Do you get what I'm saying?
Oh,
like, if he was ugly and had a monotone voice, there would like be no interest. Jenks, I don't know if they like talk to you about this like in TV. It's like they need you to be attractive enough to when people are changing the channel so people will stop and watch for 3 seconds or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
So Joe Burrow still has that power. It's just you can watch it on mute.
Haven't you been on I feel like everybody's been on a date like that before on some level where it's like, God, like at least you're nice to look at, because outside of that, like, oof.
You're a tree stump.
I mean, man, yeah, like, this is a hard conversation. Yeah. No, slushies are delicious. Like, oh my God, eyes gonna roll back in my head. You know,
groundbreaking.
Yeah, wow. Mm-hmm. I also like streaming stuff, as we talk about it on Streaming Corner. Also, I don't know if there's going to be a new thing now, but after Fatal Destination, like I said, produced by Jessica Biel, after this series, the first thing we see is, coming next, from executive producer Jennifer Love Hewitt. I'm like, what, is this a new thing now? Where these Hollywood starlets are producing true crime? I mean, isn't Taylor Swift's cat named Olivia Benson from Mariska Hargitay's character on Law & Order SVU? Maybe this is a thing amongst celebrities, females in Hollywood or in the music industry. I don't know.
Oh, I was going to ask you about this. Speaking of Law & Order, Mariska Hargitay, hopefully I said that correctly, is apparently she's getting a lot of buzz for the documentary she made on her mom. Have you heard about this? So apparently her mom was like this big Hollywood star, Jane Mansfield, who was like this bombshell, and I guess she died in a car wreck when she was 34. So Mariska Hargitay like goes into the weeds about, you know, her childhood and a lot of things she didn't know herself. So I know that you're a big Law & Order fan. Have you seen this? Will you watch it?
I am going to watch it because I think Mariska is like crazy talented, and her mom was an absolute like, you're right, like a Hollywood star, a true starlet in sort of this golden era of Hollywood, and then suffered like a really, really terrible death, which is sort of ironic that her daughter is now on a show that's not necessarily about death, but about crime. But if you read the details of how her mother passed away, it's pretty horrific. Like, it's a car wreck, but it's not great. I think it's called My Mom. Yeah, My Mother Joan. Is that right? Or Jane? So it's...
I was going to say, it's not Joan.
Sorry, Jane. I think I was confusing Joan Crawford and Jane Mansfield. So I think that's what it is. But yeah, I saw that advertised. I'm like, oh, that is something I would definitely be interested in. So yeah, I will be watching that. Coming up next on the show, one former NFL quarterback is in hot water with his high school team, but should he really be? That is coming up next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Now, from the BetMGM Network, it's time for The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Top of the hour here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. Over the next hour, here are some of the topics we will be covering. Teddy Bridgewater has been trying to give back to his high school alma mater, but now people are raising red flags and saying he shouldn't be doing that. Should he really be suspended for giving back? We'll talk about that. Then Rory McIlroy explains his terrible new haircut just days before the Open Championship. All of our bets for the MLB All-Star Game. And how about little college football? So here in SEC country, the big deal this week is SEC Media Days. We'll give you some of the juiciest quotes, including one pitting the SEC against the Big Ten about the college football playoff format. It's all coming up next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. All right, Jenk. So last night I saw this picture getting the meme treatment where you see a picture out of context and people are just putting their own spin on it. You're like, where did this even come from? But listen, when you see this picture, you will probably want to meme it for yourself. Can we get this picture on the screen for our viewers who are, watching the broadcast on YouTube, on Twitch, on whatever? All right, so in the Summer League, there was this massive dunk that everybody was using in memes last night. Here it is on the screen if you're listening to us on the radio. So here are the names of the players. So it was Pacers second-year forward Johnny Furphy climbing the ladder over Noah Asengwe. I'm not sure how to say his name, but listen, all you're going to see is his face because, Jenks, this is the worst possible face you could be making as you get dunked on. Correct me if I'm wrong. This is going to follow him around for years.
Noah Asengwe is never going to get over this. He looks like he's wearing the Scream mask. It doesn't even look real. Oh, my God. And Johnny Furphy, go watch this dunk in the Summer League. Johnny Furphy pulls back. I mean, he pulls back his arm all the way back and throws it down. Oh, poor Noah Asengwe. This is going to live forever. This is it's one thing to get dunked on. It's one thing to get posterized. And then you make this face like your life is about to end because someone just broke into your house with a sickle. This is not good. God, the photo's incredible.
I think it's one thing to get dunked on because, that's, part of the game when you play basketball. But when you have this type of picture circulating, come on, man. How are we not supposed to meme that? And I just feel like we as a country, that's our number one strength. It's not our army. It's not our intelligence. It's not our movie stars. It is our meme ability and the way that we meme things. So I feel like as a country, I feel strongly that we're going to use this for years and years to come. Because we even saw this in the home run derby last night. People were saying, Junior Caminero to Byron Buxton in the second round of the home run derby. And they put his name, over the respective faces. So, Jenks, I think as far as memes go, this is a 10 out of 10.
This doesn't even look like a real photo. If you look at Noah's face, it looks like someone photoshopped someone else's head and put it on his body. It doesn't look real. It looks like somebody photoshopped this to make it funny. They took the face of someone who looked up and saw the top of a skyscraper about to fall upon them and kill them, and then they took that screenshot and then put it on the body of an NBA player. It doesn't even look real. And then you got a guy with a half mullet dunking on you. That's even worse.
Oh, God, the most annoying haircut of 2025. Yeah, he looks like a cartoon character, right? Like this looks like this would be on a cartoon at like, Adult Swim. This feels like it would be like characters on this. Or what is that like famous painting of the guy that's like screaming? He's like,
oh yeah,
you
yeah,
know what
yeah.
I'm talking about? That's what that looks like. Like,
Yeah,
I don't know if you follow the account that does like famous like Renaissance paintings that are like the equivalent to like sports scenes, but there has to be one floating out there right now.
Oh yeah, it's The Scream by, let me make sure I get this right. I'm probably gonna, Edward Munch.
Is it Van Gogh?
No.
I don't know. I'm just throwing out people.
1893. Yes, that's exactly what it looks like. Well, that's a good call. Yeah. Man.
What do you, I mean, I'm a woman of culture, Jenks.
No one is going to doubt you. God, that's the one thing about the internet, man. Stuff like this will live. This will be one of those. You're right. Like, this is one of those that this is not, because memes come and go, right? And you're like, oh, I forgot about this one. I forgot about this one. This has some staying power.
So do you send like a strongly written letter to whoever was the photographer here? Like, if you're this guy, you're like, listen, did you really have to post this? You ruined my life. I feel like I would sue the photographer.
Oh, the photographer's going to be like, bro, do you know how much I'm going to get paid for this? This is my photo. This is going to be his photo. He's going to be like, when this meme is going around, don't you know this guy's going to be in a bar somewhere telling the story? You know who took that photo? I did. Oh, yeah, I've got a few more here. You want to see him? Oh, are you kidding me? This guy's never giving that up.
You're a wartime photographer. Do you see what I captured on film? The NBA Summer League. And it's going to be memed forever. So, I don't know. Go ahead and take your Pulitzer and shelve it, because this is the more lasting photography that people are going to use. All right, Jenks, speaking of stories that kind of get me riled up, like, how about this one? And I'm curious to hear your take, because I feel like, I don't know, I feel like Teddy Bridgewater was just trying to be a nice guy. So apparently Teddy Bridgewater, former NFL quarterback, went to Miami Northwestern High School, and he's been trying to help out. He is a volunteer there, and so he has been suspended for providing, quote, impressible benefits to his players, including paying for Ubers for players to get to practice, pregame meals, physical therapy, recovery help, field paint, and more. So what this sounds like is like, hey, Teddy Bridgewater made a good chunk of money in the NFL, and he wants to give back to some of these kids. I understand there are recruiting implications, and some of it is not fair, but can't a guy give back? Like, I'm sure somewhere Brett Favre's like, no, brother, you do it the other way around, and you give money to yourself. But doesn't this feel unfair? I feel like he's just trying to be nice.
Yeah, I think so as well. At first, I mean, I had to sort of think about this as opposed to having a knee-jerk reaction. And at first I was like, well, you want everyone to have a level playing field, and maybe this creates an uneven playing field. And then I stopped myself and I was like, it's already an uneven playing field. Like, IMG is right there in Florida. You don't think the kids that go there have every single available resource for them to be able to succeed? And they actually have people prepare them for like NIL deals. So Teddy Bridgewater is just trying to provide some basics for the high school, to which he's volunteering, by the way. That's why he was like, how can you suspend me? I don't even work for you. Like, I'm a volunteer. How do you suspend a volunteer? But ultimately, he's trying to help these kids. And if you look around in any state, in any high school, there are all sorts of donations that go into facilities, helping out kids. It's not like they're paying under the table to bring in athletes who are in their 20s and play illegally. He's just trying to provide some of the things that help make that high school football process a little bit easier and actually even the playing field. So I don't have a problem with this at all.
Yeah, it's not like he's buying them Lamborghinis.
Right.
He is buying them the essentials to get to and from practice, to perform at a high level, and maybe give them a chance to play in college. Because like, this is a public high school, is it not? Like, these are not the kids that go to IMG. These are not the parents, that have a ton of money, or at least, most of them, I would assume. So it just feels unfair that they would do this. And again, he doesn't work there. Like, that's the funniest thing to me. Like, has anybody, I don't even work here. You can't suspend me. That's like when they try to, like, I don't know if you ever had any of these experiences when you were working in TV, is like when the kids who are working the parking lot at high school football games try to like boss me around.
Yeah.
I'm like, I have a logo on my car, bro. I'm not paying $7 for parking. Like, yeah, principal said everybody has to pay. I don't care. Do you want your games shown on TV or not?
I had that happen to me. I was like, yeah, it's $10. I'm like, yeah, I'm with the local media. Like, I'm not staying for the game. Yeah, it's $10. I understand that, but also I'm here to shoot the game and then leave, and I'm probably going to be here for a quarter. Like, do you want your game on local television or not? Like, I'm not sitting in the stands ordering food and checking this out. I'm here to work. Like, I'm here to help you guys out, actually. And then you have to talk to them and then finally let you in. Like, okay, I guess so. Oh, my God. It's a power trip for some people, too. You know, but yeah, I faced that exact issue a couple times. And Round Rock, outside of Austin, yeah.
Round Rock.
Round Rock.
That's a nice suburb, isn't it?
It is. Very much.
Jake played all kinds of games in the Texas League, I believe.
The Express.
Yeah, Corpus Christi.
Yeah,
they had a bunch of teams around there. All right, so next topic we will be tackling here on the Daily Tip, the WNBA. And before we get into the specifics, Jenks, so the Fever and Sun are playing tonight. Fever 15.5-point favorites. Do you think you'll start betting on the WNBA? Because listen, times are going to be tough for a few days in just a couple days, and we're going to have to find something to bet on. And I'm not going to sit here and act like I've been betting on the WNBA every single day of the season, because I haven't. I will say I've been paying attention to it more, but mainly from a drama perspective. So do you think you will start betting on the WNBA? Is this something you'll be looking into?
Oh, maybe. I might be forced into it. And this is not a knock against the WNBA, which is fun to bet on, and it's a great watch, and I'm glad it's on the come up. So this is not a knock against the league. It's just that I don't. You know, you get familiar with certain sports and certain markets, and you have different sample sizes. And I also don't want to be that person who's like, all I do is bet on Caitlin Clark. Because, you know, I got to bet on Caitlin. I'd actually fade her tonight until her shooting improves, because she's been really cold from outside. She just hasn't been able to put the ball in the basket like we saw last year. Her shooting percentages are down across the board. But I will say, too, that when when everybody is on that market, whether it's her props, the Fever, it's hard to get a good price. And I still feel like the WNBA is at a point where maybe it's not like a couple years ago, but you can still find some value if you're willing to look in the right spots. But it's going to take extra work for me to find those spots. And so probably not. Maybe my hand will be forced here in a couple days when there's just nothing going on. It'll be literally the slowest game or the slowest day of the year. I don't even know if we'll have WNBA that night, but maybe I'll have to bet on something when it comes to the WNBA. I'll have to.
It's time for the WNBA soccer parlays to make their way out of the woodwork. Because I think, to add on to the point that you're making, it's not that like we don't follow the WNBA. It's just I don't like betting on things that I'm not like super sharp on. Like, it's the same reason I don't bet on hockey. It's not because I don't enjoy hockey or think it's entertaining. It's just I don't have a great handle on it. Thus, I am not going to be giving out bets in a sport that I don't feel that sharp on. So the same goes for the WNBA. Like, I will look into some numbers if need be. I will say this about Indiana, because obviously they have Caitlin Clark. It's just going to be a tough sell, because it's one of those teams that are going to be, valued a little bit more than maybe they deserve to be, similar to the Dodgers, the Yankees, whoever, the Oklahoma City Thunder, the best teams in the league, even though it should be noted the Fever are not necessarily one of the best teams in the league. So this game tonight is against one of the worst teams in the league. The Connecticut Sun stand at 3-18. So this is a big number, 15.5. Opened at 12.5, has jumped all the way up to 15.5. So I feel like that's kind of a train that you might have missed if you want to bet on this one. As far as the Fever go at covering numbers, 12-9 ATS overall, so nothing outstanding. I'll say at least they're not bad. And if you look at the Sun ATS so far this season, they are 10-10. So nothing really stands out there. So Jenks, there's nothing that I think that I'll be betting on this one, because listen, we can talk about Caitlin Clark and like betting on her being super square, because it kind of is. And it's one of those things that you don't find a lot of value in. But again, like, she was one of the more dependable shooters in the league until this recent stretch. So maybe we will wait till she kind of finds her shooting stroke again, because you're right, her shot just has not been there. I will say last game she did score 14, but she's just not as efficient as she was maybe last year.
Yeah, and also with this number moving 3 points, like admittedly, I'm not a WNBA expert, but that is a lot of points in the WNBA and in the NBA. And that just feels like a ton of fever money, obviously, coming in, where I would honestly, on principle, I'd probably put a sprinkle on the Sun. 15.5 points is just a massive line. But we say this during basketball season all the time. Like, regardless of whether it's the men or the women, do you really want to lay a number this big? Like, I never do.
No, because I don't want to be sweating, 15.5 in a WNBA game. Like, if you want me to look like a degenerate, sure. But I feel like there are other uses for my money. All right, coming up next, it's time to talk about the MLB All-Star Game. It's tonight. We normally bet on a total, but has the total gotten too low? That's next on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. It is Tuesday, July 15th, which means it's time for the MLB All-Star Game. So normally there is a bet that I always place, and that is the under every single year. But it feels like the odds makers have finally caught up. They've posted a 7 on this total, which is remarkably lower. Normally we get an 8, 8.5 sometimes. And also it should be noted, some of the starters on the pitching side of things have been scratched. And some other guys are taking their spots who are not clearly as good as some of those frontline starters. So we'll talk about that in a few minutes here on the show. But first, Jenks, one of the big storylines coming out of the Scottish Open was Rory McIlroy's haircut. And the reviews are in, and they are not good. So I don't know if you saw this. It looks like he got like a one guard all over his head. It's a little salt and pepper. I feel like for somebody who has like a very thick hairline and thick hair, I don't know why he cut it. Like, I feel like it looked good before. It's not the gray that bothers me. It's the fact that now it just, I don't know, it's too short for my liking. So finally, he spoke to reporters about this very important topic on why he cut his hair.
You seem a little lighter, and it might be because of the haircut. Could you just take the hat for us off? What happened there, Rory?
You know, I'm getting a little gray, as everyone probably knows, and I stupidly thought that by going shorter, it would take the grays out. And if anything, I think it makes me look more gray. So, but it'll grow back. That's the good thing. It'll be perfect length for the Ryder Cup in September.
Oh, man. And I think his assessment was correct here. And we've all been there. We've all thought that we could pull off looks that we can't. So, Jenks, do you think he's pulling this off?
No, I don't. Also, the pictures that we're showing of him are not great. Like, we're not doing him any justice, because not only are we showing the pictures, it's him going like, double bogey, or, not, I mean, sir, what's happened with my life? What do I accomplish now that the Grand Slam's over? What do I do? God, this is short. It's really short in the back. Oh, God, I have got a splitting headache right now. Is that a migraine? Did I really want to get back with my wife? I hope I made the right call. Okay, onward to the Open, I guess. I don't know. It'll grow back. Hair's a funny thing when you get older. I mean, I know. I got gray popping in all over the place. It's coming. I mean, and you can't see it right now because it's wider shot, but it's coming. I'm telling you, every time I cut my hair, it comes in just a little bit more. So I have a little empathy there. I wouldn't have gone with a one guard. Maybe you go.
That's what I'm saying.
Maybe you go 4 guard. Maybe you just go with a trim first and just, kind of go from there. That's an extreme choice to make. If I went with a one guard, I would probably cry for a month. I couldn't do it. It'd be terrible. If I get a bad haircut, I get upset. Hair. What's that?
Especially when you're used to having hair. Because he did have like a good amount of hair. I don't understand why people are like so afraid of gray. Because like you see guys who do it pretty well. Like even on the PGA Tour, like look up Justin Rose. Justin Rose has a great head of hair. It is salt and pepper and it looks good. So I don't know what Rory was doing here. Also, can we get that picture back on the screen? Like, I didn't realize his hairline was, like, this weird. Do you see what I'm talking about? It's like a widow's peak, but it looks like I don't know. It's not symmetrical. Like, it looks like it would be like a continent on a globe.
What is that? I think that's the bottom of Australia. Why are we being so mean to Rory? It'll grow back. It'll look great. He's a handsome gent. He's going to be just fine. These pictures, poor Rory, killing the guy. It's going to come back. It'll grow back. It'll look better than ever.
But I will say, like, at least he's talking about, like, this as opposed to maybe his relationship issues or choking down the stretch. Like, there could be worse things that are, like, surrounding him and reporters are asking going in to the Open, because there is a major coming up this week, the Open across the pond, which, of course, Rory is one of your favorites. I think Scotty Scheffler is your favorite over at BetMGM 5-1, followed by Rory 7-1, who profiles well going into this tournament. So we'll see if the haircut brings him any good juju, because listen, Ain't nobody going to care what your haircut looks like if you win the Open Championship. So we'll keep you posted. All right, Jenks, we got a big game tonight in Major League Baseball. The All-Star Game, Midsummer Classic, goes on between the American League and the National League. So as far as the game goes, it's a pick 'em each way and a total of 7. So as I was referring to at the top of this segment, normally I auto bet the under. Normally, we get an 8 or an 8.5. And I say to myself, okay, we have not just 1 or 2 good starting pitchers. We have a whole cast of all-stars and the best closers in the game and the best relievers in the game. And, normally I side with the pitchers. And normally that's kind of been the case, as the under has been pretty solid. The final scores of the last few games, 5-3, 3-2, 3-2, 5-2, 4-3, 8-6. I believe that one was in Cincinnati, if I am not mistaken, 2-1, 4-2. So bottom line, we usually get low scoring affairs. But I feel like there are some sabotage factors this year, Jenks. So we got the starting lineups for the teams this year. And some of the best names in the American League, the guys that I was looking at saying, hey, look at these pitchers. Look at this roster. Man, it's good. So Garrett Crochet is going to be replaced by Casey Mize. Max Fried is going to be replaced by Carlos Rodon. Jacob deGrom is going to be replaced by Carlos Estevez. And Hunter Brown is going to be replaced by Joe Ryan. So let me ask you, did you think of betting a total here? Do you see some red flags? Or do you stand firm on the under? Or you go in the other direction and say, hey, I think they're going to hit a bunch of homers?
I think I just have to go with the under here. I understand, and you make a very good point about you're not getting necessarily the best of the best in Major League Baseball. But also, when you look at how all-star games work, these batters generally don't get a second look at a pitcher, right? Which gives the advantage to the pitcher. It's usually one and done. Also, look at the trends here. I understand that the odds makers have certainly adjusted, but still, the under is hit in 14 of the last 17 all-star games. That's really hard to ignore. What's crazy is you normally see in a game that would feature Tariq Skubal and Paul Skeens, if they were starters pitching, 5-6 innings, this number would be at 6 and a hook. It would be lower than 7. But obviously they're going to go an inning or 2 at most. And so that just does give the advantage to the pitchers here. You could go under 7.5 at minus 140, but then I feel like why even lay the juice there, right? I think ultimately, and then under 8 is just not. It's not something you want to lay the juice on. It's just too cost prohibitive. So I think you just go under 7 and play the trends here. I don't know if this is going to be one of my bets or not. I'm still trying to figure out a way to play this. I'm trying to pull the old Chelsea Messenger and be creative here. But I would still go with the under. You can make a case for you can make a case for it. But I would rather stick with the trends and go under.
All right, so let's get creative, Jenks. So I found a first 5 under 4 for minus 130. Because I think the handicap for me is that some of these better named pitchers are being taken out. But still, like the first few pitchers out of the gate, I think are going to be really good. I don't know how long of a leash it's going to be for Paul Skeens and Tariq Skubal, but I think we can count on them for 2 pretty good innings. And I will say, just to, give some credence to the other side, is that we do have 2 all-star lineups going here. And I will say this, I didn't know this until last night, that apparently the Braves Park is the 3rd highest elevation park in baseball. Did you know that?
Really?
It's not that high, but because of where it is in Atlanta, it's 1,000 feet above sea level, because most stadiums are right at sea level. So you have Colorado, which is way high. It's obviously the Mile High City. They showed a graph and Colorado's way up here. Then it goes Arizona at 1,500, then Atlanta at 1,000. So my point being is that the ball travels pretty well there. And I think we saw that in the home run derby. Maybe it was just O'Neal Cruz hitting at 513 or whatever. But that just makes me nervous, because normally when I bet on something, I want all the factors to line up. So I'm saying I like the under. I just don't like it as much as I have in years past. But back to my original question. First 5 under 4, minus 130. Do we like that better?
That's a good call. Yeah, you're talking me into that. Well, I think this is what I'm going to... Well, yeah, if you're betting an under, I'd go that. I'd do that instead, right? Because you're getting Skeens and Skubal. I mean, they're not going to go 5 innings, as we talked about.
No.
But I do think if there's a chance for runs being scored, it's going to be later in the game, right? Doesn't it have to be? When you get away from the top tier pitchers, and you're not moving down to mid tier, but do you know what I mean? You start with the guys who are the best of the best, and then you slowly, you work in other starters who've been great, and you come with the closers, and I think that's the way to go. Because if there's going to be runs, it's going to be later on in the game when these batters have been warmed up a little bit, and you don't necessarily have the best of the best going for you on either side. So I like that a lot.
Because I think my biggest question is, like, what else are you betting on in this game? Do you know what I'm saying? Because, we have to bet on something today. So, this is me trying to find something. Because when it comes to picking a side, I don't know. I feel like there's not really – it's a coin flip. And I think it's priced as such. Even though at BetMGM, American League is minus 105, National League is 115. Ooh. So, I don't know. I just – what would be the reasoning? You can't look at the roster and like, oh, this roster is noticeably better. Even though you look at the National League roster and I think offensively they have maybe the better bats, or maybe it's just the better, the bigger brand names, because it just looks like basically the Dodgers. So here's going to be the starting lineup. It's going to go Ohtani leadoff, Ronald Acuna Jr. in the 2 spot, Ketel Marte in the 3 hole, Freddie Freeman, Manny Machado, Will Smith, Kyle Tucker, Francisco Lindor. Pete Crow Armstrong is batting last. That is a very good lineup. When Pete Crow Armstrong is your, final batter, that just shows the strength of this lineup. So it's not that the American League doesn't have good hitters either, because the back-to-back, duo of Aaron Judge and Cal Raleigh, that'll make me nervous about the under a little bit. So I just feel like there's nothing else to play. You could do strikeout props on Paul Skeens and Tariq Skubal, but how long are they going to be going? The number's 1.5 for Paul Skeens. If you take the over, it's plus 200. Under 1.5 strikeouts is minus 275. Tariq Skubal, same line, but it's plus 150 for the over, minus 200 for the under. So you need a guy to strike out 2 of the 3 batter he faces. Which is in the realm of possibility, but it's just not something I want to bet on.
Yeah, me neither. It's tough to find markets that work here. Maybe you find some sort of combination of bets, which is probably what I'm going to do, and maybe look here. I also think it's funny when people try and make a case for a side. Although I will say, I think the National League, and you went through it, definitely has the better lineup. And how do you, at the same time, reconcile the fact that the American League has won 10 out of the last 11 games? That's you would think, because this is so evenly matched, that it would be pretty close. All time, the record is pretty even. But man, over the past decade, the American League has dominated, and there's no real reason for it. You know what I mean? It's like playing roulette, and you keep thinking, well, eventually the National League's going to hit here, but that's not how it works. But I can't make a case for either side. I think you don't bet at all. Your first 5 under is a nice bet, or you maybe make a combination of bets here and then reduce the juice.
Well, and another thing that I think needs talking about is people love to bet on the All-Star Game MVP. Talk about a crapshoot market. That's not something I want to bet on. When somebody's only batting a couple times, and you're okay, this guy needs to get the RBI double or whatever. And looking at the list of previous award winners, it's been a hodgepodge of mid-tier names to big names to people you've never heard of. In 2023, Elias Diaz of the Rockies won the All-Star Game MVP. Last year was Jarren Duran, who I'm not saying is a bad player. It's just kind of came out of nowhere. Giancarlo Stanton, that's a big name. Vladdy Jr. Shane Bieber as a pitcher won it in 2019. So it's just kind of all over the board. And again, that's not what I'm looking for when I want to bet on something. I don't want things that are volatile. I don't want things that are all over the board. I want something I can count on. So I don't want to bet on All-Star Game MVP.
Yeah, in 2020, NA won it. Not available. This market is ridiculous. Because all it takes is one swing, especially in a low-scoring affair. Seriously, because these games are 3-2, 2-1. Of course, I say this, it'll be 9-8 or whatever. But all it takes is a 2-run home run that is the difference in the game, and boom, you're the All-Star Game MVP. This is you talk about, you said it, you talk about a crap, this is a crapshoot. Like, I would rather bet on a side or a total than decide who's going to be the All-Star Game MVP. It could be anyone. It takes one swing and boom, immortality.
Well, I don't know. Like Elias Diaz, do you think he achieved immortality?
Maybe in his own family. Maybe at the reunion. Like, Elias, that 1 year, you're our MVP. Yeah, not baseball immortality. I probably overstated that. But, you got that one moment in time just because you had that one moment in the big game.
Yeah, the too long didn't read. Like, the total's the only thing that we can really make a case for.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll play that. All right, coming up next, time to talk about the SEC versus the Big Ten of college football playoff. The juicy new quote we got to get to next.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, off and running on a Tuesday. So mid-July means SEC Media Days. So Jenks is somebody who started off in this business working for local TV in the South. This was a huge deal. They made a big deal of it. I think like half of our show, like half of our newscast was SEC Media Days because people love Alabama football, people love Auburn football, people love Georgia football. And those are like, the teams that I was covering during my time there. But it's wild to me that like we don't really cover the other conferences like the SEC. And I guess it makes sense because obviously the SEC feels like one of the kings of college football. But like the Big Ten feels just as big. But yet I have not heard that much about Big Ten Media Days. Is this me having an SEC bias, or is this just like the way of things in the South?
No, I think that, and look, as someone who went to Texas is new to the SEC, but I've always been a little put off by the whole it just means more, sort of this condescending attitude that the SEC has towards everyone. Like even now, I'm like, look, best conference in college football? Sure. But it's not like the Big Ten is some sort of slouch or anything like that.
Right.
Like the idea that you can just turn your nose up at every other conference, which is what I feel like is happening when it comes to negotiations for the college football playoff. It's not about one or two conferences. What makes college football great are the different conferences and the different schools and the different storylines. I certainly understand why the SEC dominates the headlines. It makes sense to me because, of course, it's so much tradition and great rivalries and all that goes to that. But there is more to college football than just the SEC. And I feel like sometimes, whether it's the national media or local media, we treat it like it's the SEC and everyone else. And I just don't see it that way.
Well, especially since the Big Ten has won each of the last two national championships.
Right.
So it feels like it's not really the way of things anymore, especially since Nick Saban has retired, which I think they were trying to float a story saying like, oh, there's a chance Nick Saban might unretire. But I think it was somebody like writing a clickbait article because like I think it was Greg McElroy or somebody who said something like on a tangent. And of course, they used it as a headline. And of course, it got run on X and people were talking about it. But it really was nothing because like Nick Saban, why would he go back? Like, especially since he's talked about like the current state of college football and how much he doesn't like it. I don't see him ever going back. Do you?
No, I think anything that suggests otherwise is just people try to get your attention or pure speculation. He's eased in really nicely to his role at ESPN. Like, I think Nick Saban is a great listen on game day.
Yeah.
Because he's such a great mind, and rarely do you get such a genius level mind to really pick apart a game or give you analysis that isn't just a bunch of fluff. Like, he obviously knows what he's talking about. He seems very comfortable in that role, and there's no reason for him to go back. He's done it all. He's already a GOAT. And he said himself, I don't like where college football is headed. And by the way, it's not changing anytime soon. So I don't believe in any of that.
Yeah, I don't think so either. And plus, like, why would you go back to coaching when, like, broadcasting, I'm not going to say that it's, like, easy, but I do feel like as opposed to having your career judged on, like, wins and losses, that sometimes you have to depend on 18 to 22-year-old boys to complete and execute your coaching plan. As opposed to sitting on a desk and talking about something that you know front and back and probably could talk about in your sleep. And oh, by the way, Nick Saban, Emmy winner for 2024 as the best new broadcaster because he's one of those up-and-coming superstars that nobody's heard of.
He's really good, though. Like, good for him. It's not necessarily easy to make that transition, but he's fantastic. And he's funny, too. Like, to get him away from, I think you sort of see why he was such a great football coach because, you know, you always see the highlights of him on the sidelines throwing down his headset and yelling at guys or whatever because he's intense, he's a competitor, but then you see this softer side behind the scenes and why his players loved him and why he was able to recruit so well because he's a really funny guy too, so I think that's well-deserved.
Yeah, the pivot that he's done, although maybe not as shocking as like Bill Belichick, but it's funny how in time, like Bill Belichick and Nick Saban were like the meanest, like most curmudgeon old coaches. And now they've kind of pivoted a bit where Nick Saban is actually cracking jokes with Pat McAfee. Maybe he's still a ways to go on cracking jokes with Shane Gillis, but still, it does feel like he's softened a bit. All right, so here's the big headline coming out of SEC Media Days that people are talking about. So Greg Sankey, the SEC commissioner, has spoken on the college football playoff model because, of course, there's all this talk about expansion and changing the format. So apparently the SEC and the Big Ten have been talking about this, and there's been discussions going on. So Sankey says the Big Ten has a different view on what the college football playoff should be. And it feels like this is kind of a threat. Like, Jenks, maybe you can provide some color for this for me because I'm still reading between the lines. Because Greg Sankey said this, that's fine. We have a 12-team playoff, 5 conference champions. That can stay if we can't agree. Read between the lines here. What do you think he's actually trying to say?
What he's actually trying to say is he wants to make this more favorable for the SEC. Like, make no mistake, there's an agreement in place that give the SEC and Big Ten power to make these changes, right? That doesn't mean changes should be made. And then you read more of these quotes from Greg Sankey, and they just drive me bonkers. Like this one, I think there's this notion that there has to be some magic moment and something has to happen with expansion, and it has to be forced. It's like, that's right. You don't have to expand. You have to make a decision about how you want this format to play out for 2026. You don't have to expand. So, yeah, there is that notion, but they want to expand. And that's where they're butting heads with the Big Ten, because the Big Ten and the SEC have very different ideas about how that expansion should look. Because what do they want to do? They want to make sure that they get as many of their respective conference teams in this tournament as possible. They don't give a damn about anyone else. Look, the SEC and the Big Ten are already going to get their teams in. And I hate it when you could possibly devalue the regular season. Like, I don't need to see Kentucky slip in as a 12 seed or a 16 seed, you know? This is what the regular season is for. It's all about money, and these two conferences are going to go back and forth. It's fine the way it is. They made some adjustments last season, made the proper adjustments. We don't need to go to 16, but I guarantee you they will. Guaranteed.
Well, because it's all about money. And if they can make more money off of it, they're definitely going to do it. And what's funny to me is that I wonder if they had like a league-wide meeting where they're like, listen, this is the format that best, assists us and getting the most teams. So this is the point that you need to hammer home. It's almost like being a part of like a political like campaign where they're like, listen, I don't care what your personal opinion is on expansion. This is the talking point that you need to say when the ESPN cameras are on. Like, don't you feel like it feels that way, that they're like supposed to be saying talking points? Because it's not, the coach's personal opinion. It's, hey, this is what the league wants us to say.
If Greg Sankey had his way, he'd be like, all right, here's the proposal from the SEC. Every team in the SEC gets in. And then Big Ten, if you got a champion, we'll throw you guys in. How about that? Huh? How about that? Come on. Done. Shake on it, make it official. Huh? Southern Agreement? It's like, okay, sure. I hate when you obviously know where this is going and you can see. I don't like the marginalization of the smaller conferences. And I understand. Look, we saw last year, these games weren't very competitive early on, right? Like and the more you expand it, the less competitive they're going to be. It's like bowl season. Okay. Remember, there was a time when you couldn't have a losing record and play in a bowl, and now you see like 2 losing teams playing in a bowl. It's like, all right. And it's good. You're making money. People are kind of paying attention. You can bet on it. But is it really so? You see like 5 people in the stands. You're like, it's a beautiful day here in Gaithersburg, Maryland, and like, nobody there. I didn't know this was a bowl game. Wow. And so I just hate when they water things down, but this is exactly where it's heading. I mean, what was it last week? Of course, it kind of went under the radar, but the NCAA was talking about expanding the tournament again. The play-in we need more play-in games. And who suffers? The smaller conferences. That's what makes March Madness great. And it's not necessarily like that in college football. I know it's different, but ultimately it makes it more fun when you have some of these smaller conferences that at least have a shot. Because the big dogs are always going to get in.
Yeah, and simply from a logic standpoint, like maybe give this current format like a couple years before we just throw it away. Right? Because when people look at one sample size in 1 year and be like, oh, there was a bunch of blowouts, that's sports. Like that's any format, like across football. Like if we see like an NFC championship game and it's a blowout, do we say, hey, the format needs to be changed? We shouldn't have a blow. No, it's just how sports go sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. I just, right now, the way they have it, I think is the perfect change from last year, because we saw the ranking last year where they took the conference champions and those were the top 4 seeds, and clearly those weren't the 4 best seeds. So now the conference champs are going to get in, 5 conference champions, but they'll be reseeded where you have the top 4 teams regardless of whether or not you're a conference champion, and that's the way it should be done. So you get the best teams, but also the conference champions in, and then you have some at-large bids, and you're talking about 12 teams. To me, that's perfect. And like you were saying, let that breathe for a little bit. Let's see how this goes instead of immediately deciding, okay, or keep this in place for another year. Just let it go for a little bit because it took a little tweaking. And I feel like the SEC in particular has this idea that we got to change it. We got to change it. I mean, we're meeting. If we're meeting, shouldn't we change it? It's like, maybe, or maybe not. You just let it lie. You can do that too.
Right. Like, let's not change it every year. Like, hey, let's completely start from scratch and do something completely different this year. But as a fan of Texas, like, do you think this format helps Texas? Like, do you think Texas is going to be good enough to where it doesn't really matter? Because at the end of the day, I think, you know, if you're a good enough team, you will get to the championship, because ultimately, like, you're going to play good teams if you're in a decent conference.
The way I look at it is, honestly, it's conference agnostic. I mean, it helps being in the SEC, obviously. But what I would say is, if I'm a Texas or any other fan, look, if we're not one of the top 12 teams, we don't deserve to play for the title.
Yeah. And it's your own fault. You know, win more games. Cry about it. I don't care. Like, I'm an NC State fan. I'm not sitting here like, oh, we need to add more teams. No, we still don't belong in. All right, coming up next, hour 3, we'll start with the Home Run Derby, reliving the best of the best moments, courtesy of Big Dumper. Next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM Network. It's time for The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
And Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
And we are off and running. It is hour 3 of the Daily Tip on a BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great Tuesday morning. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up in our final hour, we will take a look at the power display from last night's Home Run Derby in Atlanta at Truist Field. In 20 minutes, we'll get you ready for the WNBA All-Star Game and check in on Caitlin Clark as we bring in John Nolan, the play-by-play voice of the Indiana Fever. Then our best bets and the Dongster come your way at 8:40. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium as we stream during our final hour. You can find us on BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app alongside YouTube TV, DirecTV, Amazon Prime, Samsung TV Plus, and other platforms as well. Last night was a platform for Major League Baseball to showcase some of the talent that we see across the sport. So let's start, Chelsea, with the Home Run Derby and a man who has nothing to do with Atlanta, Pat McAfee.
Hailing from Colorado, North Carolina, a man who's doing something that no catcher has ever done in the history of the sport, with the fattest ass in all of professional sports.
And leading the big leagues with 38 homers so far.
Ladies and gentlemen, Big Dumper Cal Raleigh.
Little slur in there. Cal Raleigh. I'm not a Pat McAfee fan. You know this. Did you like this intro?
I'm a Pat McAfee fan, and maybe I'm in the minority here, but I feel like he did the job that he was supposed to do, and that's to get the crowd fired up, because I feel like he plays this role very well, whether it's on College Game Day where he does this big, long intro about how he's going to pick this team, and then he flips it, and he goes heel, and he gets the crowd all the way against him, and he picks the other team. Because it feels like right now on ESPN, it's like choose your fighter. You're either going to be oversaturated with Stephen A. or Pat McAfee. So between those two fighters, I will still go with Pat McAfee every single time, because it feels like it's less about him and it is more about the spectacle. I don't think he makes it all about himself.
I mean, not necessarily, but I just like the WWE intros are fun, right? They're exciting. But now it's becoming to the point where I don't need Pat McAfee doing everything. It's like the saturation thing. Like, okay, he has his own show. I understand the appeal. Okay, let's put him on game day. All right, the Pacers are going to bring him in. He's going to intro everyone there. Now let's put him on the Major League Baseball stage at the All-Star Game, at the Home Run Derby. Have him introduce people there. Like, not every event needs the WWE treatment, because that's what makes the WWE so cool. Like, at what point is it, and now, United States figure skating champion, Amber Glenn. Okay, I guess so.
With the biggest stats.
Doesn't need to be everywhere. And like you were saying, it's either him or Stephen A. Stephen A. says, put some respect on Yannick Sinner's name. It's like, okay, I guess. So I need these guys.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I just need them in bite-sized portions.
Right. Like, I think that's a fair point. It's the same thing with Taylor Swift. I think she's really good and her songs are catchy. It's just, I don't need her constantly. But I think it's a different argument against Stephen A. when I feel like he's spread too thin and he's asked to do analysis of all these sports that sometimes it's clear that he doesn't watch. And maybe this didn't need to be a tangent into hating on Stephen A. because I do think obviously there is a reason to why he has gotten to the level that he's gotten to. It's just the saturation factor again. But I do think MLB like needed some punch, because haven't we been saying this about like Major League Baseball, is that like their marketing has not always been the best. So I do feel like if there is a sport that needs an injection of like Pat McAfee WWE-ness, it is Major League Baseball.
Put Ludacris in there. Bring a member of Outkast in, like someone from the ATL. Like, does Pat McAfee have any connections to Atlanta?
No, but he's an MC. And plus, I should note that, like, Truist Park is not actually, like, in the city of Atlanta. It's in a suburb.
All right, fair. But also, it's Atlanta. I know what you're saying, though. You know, Pat McAfee, built for the suburbs. Well, we did have a derby take place. O'Neal Cruz, huge showcase for him. A 513-foot home run to right, 498-foot shot. James Wood of the Nats, 486-foot bomb. But, as you heard from the biggest ass in the sport or whatever, it's like, I knew that was coming. Cal Raleigh barely makes it out of the first round, edges Brent Rooker by less than an inch in the tiebreaker. So we get Raleigh, Cruz, Byron Buxton, and Junior Caminero in the semifinals. If you're curious about odds, Raleigh minus 275, Cruz minus 200, Buxton minus 105, Caminero at plus 140, all to make the semis. And then it's Raleigh and Caminero in the final. Raleigh's odds plus 110, Caminero plus 475, and it's the big dumper getting her done.
It's Cal Raleigh's season. It's Cal Raleigh's Derby. 18 home runs in the final, and Cal Raleigh joins Ken Griffey Jr. as the only Mariners champions and becomes the first catcher in 39 years to win the home run derby.
He was your favorite at plus 280, call courtesy of ESPN, and good for Cal Raleigh. Got to see his teammates hand him the trophy. He has been perhaps the story of Major League Baseball in the first half of the season, out of nowhere, outslugging Aaron Judge, of all people. And for this to continue in the home run derby, even though he was the favorite, maybe a little unexpected because of the pressure coming in, but good for him.
Yeah, I feel like this was the perfect jumping off point for his star power, because obviously the talent is there if you look at the numbers, but when it comes to marketability and growing, you know, your star in, you know, the casual household, because listen, like, not that many people get to watch the Seattle Mariners on a daily basis unless you have the MLB package, unless you're staying up late. So I feel like this was a great welcome into the homes of America, because we see the numbers, we see the highlights, but we just don't get to see him that much. So I felt like this was a great opportunity. I think it's a great thing that he did it, because obviously there are other home run hitters that did not agree to do this. So props to him for actually stepping up to the plate and winning the whole thing. So what a moment. I will say the only little conspiracy theory I have is that when he was tied with Brent Rooker, like, do we think that Rob Manfred was just like, hey guys, like, just make up a number and say that his is like an inch longer than Brent Rooker's? Like, who's really going to challenge it? Nobody. Because, like, who do you think they wanted in the final? Cal Raleigh, who is challenging for the home run title in Major League Baseball, has a nickname of Big Dumper, or Brent Rooker from the A's?
I mean, they had to get Cal in, right? They had to slip him in. Had to be him. I did feel bad for Brent, though, because he was very, very good. And has been good this season. One of the more underrated power hitters in all of Major League Baseball. The one thing that is always great about this event, I will say, is the family aspect, or the connection between, you know, the guy hitting the home runs and who's pitching to him or who's catching. And Cal Raleigh with his dad pitching and his younger brother catching was really cool. And I did not realize that your husband, Jake, who played Major League Baseball, has a connection to Cal Raleigh's father. Tim, is that right?
No, Todd Raleigh. So Todd Raleigh is Cal Raleigh's dad. And he used to be a college baseball coach. So he spent time at the University of Tennessee. He was the head coach at Western Carolina, who recruited Jake. So my husband had committed to North Carolina State after going on a recruiting visit to Western Carolina. And so he had a little courtesy call. He was like, listen, I'm going to call, you know, the staff at Western Carolina, thank them for their time, but tell them, like, hey, I'm going to North Carolina State in case you're wondering. So he calls and tells him, and apparently Todd Raleigh just hung up the phone. That's it. So I don't know if it was just frustration. And listen, like everybody has their moments. Like I'm not painting him as a bad person because like it's a one thing. But we were watching the Derby and Jake was like, that guy looks familiar. And so like I don't think he put two and two together that was Cal Raleigh's dad.
Yeah.
But going back to the Derby, I am just glad that his dad didn't sabotage it for him, because we always see this, like there's somebody who is a pitcher to a home run hitter in the Derby that just like throws terribly. And usually it's the dads. Like we've seen this before where the dads just like, they don't throw BP every day. So I was glad that was not a factor. Similar to like officiating. You don't want officiating and referees to be the story. You don't want the BP pitcher to be the story in the home run Derby.
You imagine the pressure there. Like we talk about the pressure on these home run hitters because they're in the spotlight, right? And they're supposed to mash. What about the guys throwing those baseballs? Because you'll see that from time to time, like you were saying, where it's, this guy just can't get it over the plate. Like I would feel a ton of pressure just making sure I pitched the right way or made sure I put those meatballs across the plate.
Right, especially when you're not used to being on national TV. You know, because obviously the pressure is there for these guys in the home run Derby, but like they're Major League Baseball players. They do this every day and they take batting practice every day. So I know these coaches do this as well, but still it is an enormous stage and everybody's looking at you. And of course, there are people who have money riding on these hitters. I saw a lot of angry tweeters last night who were saying, is this pitcher trying to strike him out? What's he doing? No, he's not trying to strike him out. He's doing his best.
He's doing his best. I did miss the star power, though. A little bit. Nothing against Jazz Chisholm, who hit -2 home runs last night. You know, I mean, he's not a big guy. Wouldn't you want to see Aaron Judge and Cal Raleigh go at it? How much fun would that be? Ronald Acuna? I mean, go down the list. Pete Alonso? That's the one thing I don't want, which I feel like that's why Pat McAfee was brought in. Like Major League Baseball knows, okay, we don't have necessarily the star power. We don't have the big names. So let's do something here to jack everyone up and get them ready for the home run Derby. And naturally it's fun, right? It's naturally entertaining. How could you not enjoy it to a point? But also, it's certainly elevated when you have like the big mashers in the game and the real stars. Seeing the real stars go at it is half the fun. And I think that was the one ingredient that was missing.
Well, star power always matters. It's similar to like when we were watching the NBA playoffs and you see the games with the Knicks and it's Timothy Chalamet and Ben Stiller and Kylie Jenner on the sidelines of these games. And like, it just adds a fun factor to it. But I will say, you know, if you don't want to be a hater, I still thought it was a really great product. And even though it's not the biggest stars in baseball, we still had guys who were tailor-made for the home run Derby. Like, we haven't even talked about O'Neal Cruz that much yet.
Yeah.
The guy is a StatCast legend, was, you know, ripping the cover off the ball. He hit one 513, which is the 5th longest of any home run in home run Derby history. And that includes like some guys who are hitting at Coors Field. So maybe they're not the huge names, but I do think it's some of the up and coming guys like Junior Caminero. I thought did a great job of elevating his star power last night because, you know, he had the 2nd longest odds of anybody. And we talked about this. Maybe it's because he plays for the Rays and nobody cares about the Rays. But coming out of the draft or a possible 80 score on raw power. So I will say maybe it's not the big names, but I do think we were introduced to some guys who are going to be home run hitters in the major leagues for a long time. I think it's very similar to like the dunk contest when they had Aaron Gordon and Zach LaVine going head to head. They were not the big names then, but we were introduced to them.
Yes. Well, you mentioned the Rays, and yesterday it was announced they are going to be sold by Stu Sternberg for $1.7 billion to a group led by Patrick Zalewski. He is a Florida-based developer. So Sternberg bought the Rays for $200 million back in 2004. Now he's selling the franchise for $1.7 billion. This is probably good for Tampa because they had a little stadium issue where they had an agreement in place where they were going to build a new stadium, and then they suffered all that damage from Hurricane Milton. And Sternberg said, okay, well, now the stadium plans are off. That's why the Rays don't really have a home this season. And so Major League Baseball reportedly sort of pushed Sternberg a few months ago to try and sell the team. And ultimately, I think this is going to be good for the Rays franchise.
It makes me think the Rays might stay in Florida because hasn't that been the scuttlebutt, is that the Rays are going to be moving to Nashville, to Charlotte, to wherever. And this guy has a big background in the state of Florida, whether he's on the board of trustees at the University of Florida. He is, I think, a home builder in Jacksonville. So maybe the Rays will be staying in Florida. I think that's the biggest takeaway, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's where Major League Baseball wants them. And now, the Paris 2024 silver medalist in women's synchronized 3-meter springboard, Sarah Bacon.
Sounds awesome.
Yeah, coming up next, another great athlete, Caitlin Clark. We'll talk with John Nolan, the play-by-play voice of the Fever, next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back on a Tuesday, Double D. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. We are live coming at you Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East and streaming on Stadium during our final hour. Coming up in mere moments, Caitlin Clark is healthy again and just in time for this weekend's All-Star Game in Indianapolis. We will talk about it with John Nolan, the play-by-play voice of the Indiana Fever. Man, I think I'm losing my voice right now because of all these terrible Pat McAfee impressions I'm doing.
It's not so easy, is it,
No,
Jenks?
it's not. I take it all back. I take it all back. It's not easy to say biggest ass in sports and not have it do some sort of damage to your vocal cords. So everything I said in the previous segment, just forget it.
He said fattest ass in sports.
My bad. Sorry. Let's be accurate here, all right? This is big J journalism. If you're going to mention the big dumper, get it correct. It's like what I used to do. I'd forgotten about this. I ran to the bathroom really quick, and when I was running back down, it hit me. When I was in high school, I used to do the intros, like the stadium intros, but they were like gym intros, gymnasium intros for the varsity women's basketball team at my high school. That was so much fun. Even though it's a small gym, you can have imagine being like a high school junior or senior, and they give you a microphone, and you want to do TV or radio for a living, and they let you do that. Oh, I had so much fun with that. It was great. It was a blast.
Right, and I bet you had fun with it. Like
I did,
that's
yeah.
what like I'm getting at with like Pat McAfee is that like it is fun. Like maybe it's juvenile or whatever, but like he's having fun with it, and it's like the home run derby. Like it's not the World Series, and so I feel like there's a time and place for like that type of energy.
Yeah. She's got the fattest ass in Breckenridge, Texas. They're like, all right, that's it. Nope.
And there's the line.
And you're in the Bible Belt. No. What are you doing, sir? What are you doing? No. That's why we leave those intros to the professionals like John Nolan, the play-by-play voice of the Indiana Fever. Find him on X at John_G_Nolan. John, good morning to you. You have a great voice, so we'll let you, take the mic from here. And I wanted to ask about Caitlin, and we're going to ask about Caitlin and the All-Star Game coming up. But is she 100% healthy right now, or just healthy enough to get back in the lineup and keep playing? Because she's been banged up for most of the season, as you know.
Yeah, well, James, Chelsea, thanks for having me on. I usually prefer the bar to be set lower, so I don't like any kind of compliment before I start talking, especially early in the morning, to be honest, where I feel like, my voice isn't entirely up yet. There's an 8 o'clock game tonight, so I got to pace myself. And real quick, before I answer your question, just in case anyone else out there is curious with Pat McAfee, if they haven't watched or listened to him too much, back in 2016, he was still just the Colts punter at that point and not a national, entertainer and household name. I was doing minor league baseball in Fort Wayne, Indiana. And at that point, Pat was starting to break out of his shell, and he was actually doing stand-up comedy around the state of Indiana. And so he was up in Fort Wayne to do stand-up, and he was there the night before and had a free evening. And so he came over to the minor league baseball game. He joined me as an analyst, well, not really an analyst, color commentator for an inning of a broadcast. And what you see and hear now, he was doing that back in 2016 before anyone knew him. It's hilarious. He was saying things like, this guy hits a home runner, I'm going to chug a beer. And this guy hits a home run, I'm going to buy, it was $1 beer night. I'm going to buy a beer for everybody, stuff like that. It was amazing. And I literally left that inning being like, wow, this guy is something else. And it's not surprising to me at all that he is caught on like he has, because it's as funny as it is to say, it's genuine. That's the kind of energy that he just, was born with. So you got to bear down with your vocal issues here, doing the impersonation. Bear down. But yeah, speaking of persevering, Caitlin Clark, is she 100% healthy? No one's directly asked her to put a percentage on it. When she missed 5 games recently, came back last Wednesday, she acknowledged afterwards that she was surprised at how sore she felt. But then after her second game back on Friday, seemed to sort of feel more like herself, played again on Sunday. So, I'm kind of just from a, not her. I'm going to say she's probably not 100%, but then again, right, like what professional athlete or high-level athlete is 100% when you're in the middle of the grind of your season? Like, nobody probably. So right now, though, I mean, she's healthy enough that she was able to put up a double-double, 14 points, 13 assists in their most recent game on Sunday. So, for fans, I think that's definitely encouraging that she is feeling at least more like her typical healthy self.
Yeah, and speaking of like rising stars, and I promise I will ask about actual basketball, but I feel like since we last talked, Sophie Cunningham has absolutely exploded as far as star power goes. I feel like I can't like get on social media without seeing her. Did you see that coming?
So probably not to the level that it's gotten to where, yeah, she now has one of the biggest followings for any professional women's basketball player. Coincidentally, tonight the Fever are playing against the Connecticut Sun. Games in Boston at TD Garden. It'll be on ESPN at 8 o'clock. But the last time they played Connecticut was when Sophie's national recognition spiked because that was the game that got really chippy. Unfortunately, probably not the best officiating that led to Sophie committing a flagrant 2 foul in the final minute of that game, really defending essentially Caitlin Clark and her team. And so, yeah, she was ejected from that one. Next thing you know, people are nicknaming her the Enforcer. He got T-shirts made, and yeah, it goes like wildfire. So, yeah, no one necessarily could have predicted that was happening, but can tell you, Sophie, super kind, nice person, very charismatic personality. So, like, from that standpoint, in her own way, Pat McAfee-esque in terms of, like, knowing just how to connect with people, and a little bit of that showmanship, I suppose you could say as well. So, not stunned that she has resonated with the national audience, but yeah, I think even, she would tell you, couldn't predict that the spike in everyone's awareness of her would happen the way that it has. As far as her game goes, and the Fever have won 2 games in a row, now as Caitlin is getting healthy, and Sophie Cunningham is a really key piece to this team because she's the type of player who feeds off of the crowd. The crowd feeds off of her, so she's had her best 2 games of the season, 13 points in each of them. She had a double-double, actually, because she's like all about hustle. So she had 10 rebounds a couple of games ago. So, yeah, Sophie Cunningham definitely like earned the nickname Spicy Sophie.
Oh, yeah, very appropriate. He is the play-by-play voice of the Indiana Fever. We're talking with John G. Nolan right now. And so I want to go back to Caitlin just because when you look at her shooting splits, she has struggled from long range and just really overall from the floor, at least, over the past stretch. Has she discussed that? And I would imagine as a shooter, she probably isn't too bothered by that because shooters shoot.
Yeah, no, you nailed it right there. And, yeah, she's a self-aware person, so she, wouldn't contest anyone saying that she's been in a slump for the better part of this season, especially going back to before she was missing time with the injury. And, then you kind of can deduce that part of the reason she got into this slump is because she was shooting on a leg that wasn't close to 100%. But, yeah, and sometimes we forget, too, she's only 23 years old, so it's actually quite impressive that she's able to have, like, the poise and the self-reflection talking with reporters about this. But, yeah, it came up that one of the assistant coaches on the staff, Keith Porter, he recently came across the splits from a Steph Curry slump. And, I mean, yeah, it's hard to believe that Steph ever, had something of a drought. But, there was a 5-game stretch or something like that at one point in time where his numbers were similar to Caitlin. So Keith showed that to Caitlin, and she said that actually helped her to understand that even the greatest of all time are going to have stretches like this. And you name the sport, it's just going to happen. So I think she's starting to show signs of breaking out of it. She made her first 3 on Sunday, wound up hitting a couple in that game, and she has said that she is not overly concerned because, like you touched on, she feels like she's put in the work. So she's not questioning herself in that regard. and she feels like her mechanics are good, and so it's nothing to really like have to reset there. It's just a matter of, whether it's baseball, sometimes, you make hard contact and the ball doesn't drop. And sometimes in basketball, you can have a pretty good look, pretty good form. And for whatever reason, it rims out. So probably, numbers will play out, and would not be surprised if, there's going to be a game coming up here where she goes off and makes 4 or 5.
I think sometimes as casual fans, it's very easy to buy into the teams that get a lot of visibility. Like we see this across the sports world. The teams like the Yankees, the Dodgers, even like has the opposite effects. Like when we saw the Pacers had that run, it's like nobody wanted to believe in them just simply because they weren't like a media darling. So the opposite applies to the Fever, where we hear about the Fever all the time. But looking at the standings right now, they're sitting at 11-10. And I know that they've had some injuries and they have not played especially healthy this year, but do they belong in the conversation as one of the best teams in the WNBA yet?
Yeah, no, and I think that's a great point, because it is ironic where the Pacers they were never getting on national TV. So, yeah, they caught people by surprise during their run all the way to Game 7 of the finals, and certainly, as you describe, a different situation here for the Fever, who are on national TV the most among anyone in the WNBA. I would say, yes, that the Fever are a legit title contender come the WNBA playoffs in September and October. I'd say it for a couple of reasons. One, as far as the fact that they're only a little bit over 500, not to alibi it, but because Caitlin has missed 9 games, Sophie Cunningham herself missed several games. They've unfortunately had to miss their head coach Stephanie White for a couple of games for a family situation, and they had a little bit of drama with Dewana Bonner, one of the league's veterans, who wasn't happy with her role on the team. So they've only had a fully healthy roster for 4 games, and that wasn't even 4 consecutive games. It was 2 early in the season and then just these last 2 games. So I think there's reason to believe that getting Caitlin healthy and just building the overall chemistry of this team, because they had several new pieces coming in, I think with time, they still have a ceiling that they have not gotten to yet. The other reason I would say they can be a legit championship contender is because the WNBA this year does not really have a super team. Early on, it looked like Minnesota and New York perhaps were on a different level from everyone else, but New York, for instance, their reigning finals MVP, Jonquel Jones, post player, she's been out now for a while with an ankle injury, and so she's still not back yet, and you wonder how effective she will be right away once she returns. And then Minnesota, who the Fever beat for the Commissioner's Cup championship, they're very solid, but they've shown that they can be susceptible. They just lost to Chicago over the weekend, and Chicago's in the bottom tier of the league. So it feels like this is a pretty open race, basically, for the title this year, at least as it's currently shaping up here around the midpoint of the season.
John, just about a minute and a half here, 2 minutes, but quickly, you got the WNBA All-Star game coming up on Saturday night there in Indy. How much hype is already building there?
Yeah, a lot. And Indy, Indy's like a top 15 city in the country in terms of population, so it's different than so it's a big city, but different than a New York or a Chicago, which can be so massive something could get lost in the shuffle. Like I remember being in Manhattan when the Super Bowl was going on, technically in New Jersey, but you could be in New York City and have zero idea that Super Bowl was technically being hosted by New York. Whereas in Indy, it's like every single block has a massive billboard for the WNBA All-Star Game. As people know, the city, the state's all about hoops, and so there's a major buzz in Indy. Got the three-point contest, what I think Caitlin will compete in, and the skills competition on Friday night, then the game on Saturday. So, it is the event of the summer in Indiana. And so, first time ever that the WNBA All-Star Game is in Indiana. So I think it should be a pretty terrific environment. Hopefully that comes across for anyone who tunes in.
You can check him out doing play-by-play for the Indiana Fever. It is our good friend, John Nolan. John, we always appreciate the time and great to hear from you.
Yeah, Chelsea Jenks, thanks so much. Anytime. I appreciate it. Yeah, best of luck to your voice recovering. I think it's not easy to live the Pat McAfee lifestyle. Probably keep your sleeves on and just be yourself.
That great advice. And no one wants to see me take off my sleeves. I can assure you that. Thank you, my friend. Good advice. Also, he's right. I see you. Indianapolis, I mean, my God, you got Caitlin Clark as the captain, obviously home of the Fever and the WNBA All-Star Game. And that's going to be quite a scene this weekend.
Oh, absolutely. Especially with like a city and a state that loves basketball. Because I know it's been a while since like Indiana basketball has been good, but like that's a name brand. And it's a state that wasn't the game of basketball created in Indiana. Am I making that up?
I want to say Massachusetts because that's where Springfield. I'm not.
I don't know. We'll have to look it up.
Right. I think it was Juneau, Alaska. Springfield. Okay. That is correct.
Oh,
okay.
Darn.
Woo! That's close. Coming up next, let's get creative and maybe bet on the Major League Baseball All-Star Game. That is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show on a Tuesday. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, and it's never too early in the week to rock. Thanks for being with us. Always great to have you along. Waking up, making some bets, talking a little sports. Best bets coming your way, along with the Donkster, and I believe we get Chris Mack today. Had Kate Constable yesterday. Today we get Mac. They're filling in on Bet Sweats this week. I'm starving. And you ever just get a random craving for something? And also, as I mentioned this random craving last night, I found out something about the lovely Catherine I did not know, which is rare when you've been together for a long time. And I randomly go, you know what I could go for right now? Like a bloomin' onion. Sounds really good.
Ooh.
Yeah. Right? Outback? And she's like, oh, you could have this, or this. She names like 3 or 4 different dishes from Outback. I'm like, how do you know this off the top of your head? She's like, it's my first job. I was like, you used to work at Outback? She's like, yeah, I was 15, and my mom made me lie on my application. And so I told them I was 16 so I could work, and they hired me. It's like, what? She's like, oh, yeah. So I was like, we should go to Outback. So we just hop on the old internet. We start looking at the menu at Outback, and she was just naming off all these dishes before we got to them. She's like, yeah, the menu hasn't changed much. It was remarkable. So we're definitely going to Outback. I mean, she was telling me, oh, well, it's just this. It's on this pumpernickel bread. That's how they put it on there and how they serve it. Like, she knew all this stuff about Outback. It was amazing.
Well, yeah, she worked there. So it sounds like she was good at her job. What's shocking to me about Outback is that, like, when you look at the menu and you're like, oh, this is a chain restaurant, it's not cheap. Like, no. I find myself looking at the bill afterwards. I'm like, did we just go to a 5-star restaurant? Like, it's not cheap. It's like a steakhouse, which I know is in the name, but still I don't think of it in that category. But, like, stuff's pretty pricey. Like, and normally I'll get the salmon with, like, a sweet potato and maybe one other side. Yeah. But I will say it's a lot of food. And that's what I do appreciate about chain restaurants, that it comes with, like, 2 sides and a side salad. If you go to, like, the fancy restaurants, you get a steak and that's it. Like, no, you have to order sides, and they're family style, and they're like $36 each. You're like, what? I want my own sides. I don't want to have to share something. Because isn't that the worst when you're at like a big table of people and you're like, I really want a huge helping of mac and cheese, but there's 9 people here. So, like, I don't really love the family style sides at steakhouses.
I agree with that, because I'm like, looking, I'll let you guys have the extra green beans. I would like the mac and cheese. And I just want to go all in.
Everybody wants the mac and cheese.
Like 3 massive scoops. I'm like, oh, great. I'll just take my little portion. By the way, if you're curious, I mean, I'm not getting paid by Outback. I'm trying to. Their Aussie 3-course meal starts at $14.99. I'm just saying. That's pretty cheap.
What are the asterisks? Is it like only on weekdays? That's the worst.
All I got to tell you is price and participation may vary. That's always the asterisk. You know? I'm going to go to the one in Arlington. They're like, yeah, not for us. Not this franchise. I'm like, oh, okay. But we're going to look at that. Because you're right. Yeah.
I still haven't been to Texas Roadhouse. Like, this is our, like, bucket list thing here in Hendersonville, Tennessee, but it is the hottest ticket in town. It's wild to me. People love Texas Roadhouse. Like, we went over there, like, on a Tuesday afternoon, and the parking lot was blown out. Like, I don't know why people love it so much, but, like, you can't get in there. Like, I don't know who I need to know to pull some strings, but they don't take reservations, so you simply have to wait.
This is going to be a dumb question. Isn't their cornbread really good? I mean, I think everything's good there.
They're yeast rolls.
The rolls that have, like, the cinnamon, like, brown sugar butter that are, I mean, top tier.
Dude, that's how you know. That's why the biggest hit in Nashville right now is Texas Roadhouse. As soon as I mention anything, like, Denton was like, boom, I'm getting in here right now. He's like, well, let's get this right. This is Texas Roadhouse. I mean, I respect that. The rolls.
Yeah, and it's Hendersonville. It's a suburb of Nashville. So, like, keep in mind, we don't have, like, the fancy, like, boutique restaurants that they have downtown.
Yeah.
So, like, I think our best restaurant, like, Power Rankings, Chop House, I'm going to go Jonathan's, which is a local one. Then we'll go, I don't know about Texas Roadhouse because I haven't been in so long. Maybe Logan's. Maybe O'Charlie's. Like, what's your, Chili's is up there. What's your favorite chain restaurant?
Oh, gosh. Favorite chain? That's a good question. I mean, normally I go fast food, but that's not really a chain restaurant. I do like Chili's a lot. Not many Chili's around here. That's a good question.
What about Cheesecake Factory?
I haven't been to Cheesecake Factory in a while. I need to get out of the city and hit one of these chains. It's a good idea. That's why
Have some culture, Jenks.
I know. Have some blind rankings for tomorrow. Didn't put that in. Maybe that's a good suggestion right there. That's a good idea. It used to be Bennigan's back in the day. That's a long time ago, and I think there's like one or two left. I think they're trying to revive that brand because I would get the, what's it called? Oh, I got to think about it. Oh, it was the Monte Cristo. That's what it was. It was like the ham and cheese like probably the worst thing on the planet for you. And they would like put batter around it and then deep fry it. And then you would like, you'd have like a raspberry jelly that you would dip it in. Oh my God. Also was covered in powdered sugar. I don't know how many calories that thing had. It was amazing though. It was so good.
It was a funnel cake.
It was essentially like, it was like the fattest thing on the planet. Like, I think Patrick Mahomes ordered 3 last week. That's the rumor in Kansas City. There's one Bennigan's left. You guys know what I'm talking about. I don't have to justify the jokes. Patrick Mahomes. Coming up next up, Bet Sweats, Kate Constable and Chris Mack. We'll recap last night's Home Run Derby and preview tonight's All-Star Game. Then, how about this? Braves post-game host Chris Thompson will be along at 11:20. All right. Pickings are slim, but we're going to do it. Let's tell you our favorite bets for tonight.
Time to place your bets.
Texas Roadhouse fan, undefeated this week. Chelsea Messenger.
The pickings are slim, but listen, we still got the fixins to go around for the family. I don't know why I thought of fixins, but now I want some fixins from Texas Roadhouse. All right, best bet of the day is going to be a first 5 under in tonight's MLB All-Star Game. So we're going to go under 4 for minus 130. The great thing about BetMGM is you can play alt totals in the first 5 innings, so go do that. So listen, the under is normally the play in the All-Star Game. This has been the auto bet for me in the full game, but listen, they posted a 7 on this year's. And we've seen some of these pitchers being replaced. Like some of the biggest names for the American League are being replaced because they don't want to be in it or they're hurt. So Jacob deGrom's not in it. Hunter Brown's not in it. But I do trust the top end of the rotation for both of these rosters to at least shut it down in the first 5 innings because we still get Paul Skeens and Tariq Skubal leading off, and we still get some great pitchers on both sides of the ball. And this is what we've seen from the All-Star Game is a bunch of low-scoring affairs. 5-3, 3-2, 3-2, 5-2, 4-3, 8-6 in Cincinnati, ballpark that, is conducive to home runs. 2-1, 4-2. So I'm expecting another low-scoring affair, but we're going to play it in the first 5. First 5 under 4, minus 130 is the play in tonight's All-Star Game.
Ooh, all right, Chelsea. I almost told you on that, but I don't want to go with too many bets tonight. I decided to get creative, so that's what we're going to do. I mean, like we were saying, pickings are slim here. Got a quick parlay. Under 9 is minus 275. Paul Skeens, 1 strikeout, minus 325. Put it together, it's minus 128. Yes, I know how this sounds. The under is set in 13 of the last 17 All-Star games. We're going to follow that trend, played up to 9. And then Paul Skeens averages more than a strikeout per game, per inning, I should say, 1.08 to be exact. So most of these American League pitchers have never faced him. I think he gets at least 1. You put that together, you get an under 9, and it's minus 128. That's the best I could come up with.
Well, hopefully they both hit, because I at least feel better about these than like home run derby bets. They're not my favorite, so we'll see.
We'll see what happens. Have a little fun tonight. All right. It's always, sometimes it's fun when the Dogster is here, and he has something to say, but he always does, so Dogster, come on in.
Good morning. I've been working on my home run derby play-by-play.
Oh,
Okay. Cruz hits one deep to right. And whoa, that woman in the back row looks like Kathy Bates. It'd be a real shame if she spilled some water on her top.
Yeah, that's not appropriate, Donkster.
Chisholm, get some good wood on that one. There's definitely nothing better than good wood.
All right, I think we're done here.
Cal Raleigh sends it deep. And speaking of going deep.
That's it. Nope. All right, we're done. We just want one bet here.
Okay. All-Star game. Under 7.
Okay. I actually like the bet. Don't like the commentary. Like the bet. Come up next on Bet Sweats, it's Kate Constable and Chris Mack, but neither are here. They decided they heard the Donkster, they heard our bets, and they said no thanks. They said hard pass. All right, we're doing our own show, and we want nothing to do with the Daily Tip, so it's just you and me here riding it out. What are you doing today?
Yeah. Well, listen, I'm a little disappointed in the Donkster because James Wood was right there. Big Dumper was right there.
He blew it.
And plus, the intro where... Pat McAfee was talking about like the fattest ass in MLB. Like we have our own ass, and his name is the Donkster, the biggest ass of the BetMGM network, because he's an actual donkey.
Chelsea, this is the perfect time, and I've been waiting to do this. I mean, my act's running thin here. Why don't I just pass the baton to you? In fact, and then you can do the Donkster for a few weeks. Then maybe the guys on Bet Sweats do it. You know what I mean? Sammy P does a pretty good Donkster voice. Right?
Yeah, he can do it.
That's what I mean.
Like, pervy female voice, like, sounds
Why not?
Weird. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, that's not
great.
like an archetype. Pervy female.
Or awesome. Come on. No? Just think about it. You could be like, the female version of the Donkster, right? Like his companion, and then you have your own slant on things. I think it's got some legs.
I've thought about it, and the answer is no.
Yeah, I tried. More nonsense from this guy, I guess. Or maybe Sammy P will take it over. We do that. Make sure you tune into Kate Constable, Chris Mack coming up next. That is it for us on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea and the entire crew, I'm Michael Jenkins. Hope you go out and have a great Tuesday. We'll see you tomorrow.
You've been listening to The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved...
It's Cal Raleigh's season. It's Cal Raleigh's Derby. 18 home runs in the final, and Cal Raleigh joins Ken Griffey Jr. as the only Mariners champions and becomes the first catcher in 39 years to win the Home Run Derby.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
A big night for the Big Dumper as the midseason home run leader wins the Home Run Derby. Welcome in to Bet Sweats, live coast to coast on the BetMGM Network alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack. Thanks to you for joining us in for Joe O and Sammy P all this week. We got plenty of football to talk because it's that time of year where the training camps are starting to open up around the NFL. We will preview all 8 divisions this week. If you missed the NFC South yesterday, you know you can always get Bet Sweats wherever you download your podcasts, on TuneIn, on iHeart, and of course, inside your free Odyssey app, AUDACY, where we are live coast to coast. AFC East today in the second hour. Also a lot of college ball as well with a Big 12 preview. We'll look at the group of 6. Is it a group of 5 in the Pac-2? And we'll throw in Notre Dame just for the hell of it because there's a lot of college football to get to. Chris Thomas of 92.9 The Game in Atlanta will talk All-Star Game with us as well. Morning, Kate. How did you enjoy the big night for the Big Dumper?
Good morning, Chris. Yeah, starting things off strong with Big Dumper conversation early in the morning. I didn't enjoy it because I lost all my money. I lost all my bets last night, Chris. Nothing came home for me. So that was disappointing. Overall, I thought it was a fairly entertaining derby. I mean, there were a lot of very hard hit, very long home runs, which kept it exciting. I did tell you though yesterday that I was probably going to do a quarterback, Netflix, the Netflix show Quarterback on the laptop while I watched it. And after midway through the first round, I was like, all right, I can't do another 2 hours of just this. So I needed to, my ADD needed to have something else going on. So I did watch a little quarterback while I watched the Derby. We kept one earbud in for the quarterback, one ear out for the TV.
Okay.
So it was a lot, but it was a fun night.
A lot of multitasking. 54 total homers for Cal Raleigh individually, 18 in the finals to beat Junior Caminero 18-15. Had 17 in the first round, 19 in a big semifinal round to defeat O'Neal Cruz, who just hit some absolute moonshots, including one that went 513 feet.
I mean, it was crazy. James Wood had one in his first round that was like 480. I want to say 480, something like that. And I thought, and I had a ticket on James Wood to have the farthest home run. And I thought, oh my gosh, this is perfect. Things are shaping up nicely. And then no, O'Neal Cruz steps to the plate and just absolutely launches that home run. Longest in Truist Park history. Pretty impressive. So yeah, you had Cruz. So you had to be feeling pretty good watching him early on, Chris.
I was feeling really good about Cruz when he got in that groove in the second half of his first round. A little cold in the semifinal round against Raleigh, but just the distance on those was ridiculous. So we cashed the over 479.5 feet as the longest homer. I think Cruz did that himself 3 or 4 times last night. Just absolutely destroying baseballs. Cal Raleigh, though, the favorite, and he almost didn't make it into the semifinals. I don't know if we'd call it controversy, but a little bit of discussion surrounding.
Yeah, I think we can call it that.
The tiebreaker between Raleigh and Brent Rooker. They each had 17 home runs in the first round, but Raleigh moved on via the distance of the longest home run he hit, which was less than an inch longer than Brent Rooker's longest home run. They broke it down by decimal points, 470.62 feet to 470.54 feet. I saw somewhere that Brent Rooker wasn't necessarily excited about finding out that tiebreaker detail until after the first round was over, but it's a home run derby, Brent. Let's not get too, let's not get our panties in too much of a twist.
And is that going to change his approach at all, knowing that the tiebreaker is the distance?
Right.
Like, no. Nothing would have changed in how he swung the bat, how he approached the Derby. Absolutely nothing. So that stinks for him. Like, I feel for the guy. That sucks. You hit 17 home runs in the first round. You're feeling good. And then an inch is what separates it. So that's not great. But Cal Raleigh, the favorite, the home run leader, I feel like if they were like, he's probably the one that Major League Baseball wanted to move on amongst the two of them for the storylines and everything.
So are you claiming there might have been a little finger on the scale there? Maybe a little help from the
I am claiming
StatCast judges? Yeah.
Like, do we really have all like 10 decimal points? They showed some graphic that had like 10, 11 decimal points. I don't know if I believe all of that.
Well, baseball got what they wanted. It was a good story. Raleigh out there hitting pitches from his dad, who used to be the coach at Florida State, and his little brother doing the catching behind him. So that was a feel-good part of Cal Raleigh. Plus, he's just been a feel-good story all year, coming out of nowhere to lead the home run chase at the break. 38 homers and then a massive night in the home run derby. Other than Raleigh winning and O'Neal Cruz hitting baseballs halfway to Kentucky, I mean, the biggest story might have been, or the most fun story, at least for a couple seconds, was Junior Caminero looked like getting robbed by some kid at the outfield while they counted the home run. But it was just hilarious to watch some kid go up and snag one back.
Yeah, I mean, kid, you have one job. Catch him in the field. Well, I guess he was in the field, but like, don't rob home runs in the home run derby. What are we doing? I saw something after that. He said he lost track of where he was. I'm like, you are falling over the back fence, like hand totally extended, catching that ball. I think you knew where you were. Maybe kind of
I hope that kid is like a D2 baseball player or something, or maybe some kid who played in high school who didn't get an offer somewhere, and some desperate college coach comes along and gives him an offer now just based on that. That would be fantastic.
That would be phenomenal. And then in home run derbies going forward, we see kids trying to rob home runs to get scholarships. That's what the home run derby is going to turn into. Yeah, that was pretty good.
It was a fun night, though. Some of the reactions to some of the home runs are always funny. But the All-Star game tonight, and we are definitely going to get into that in a little less than 15 minutes or so here on Bet Sweats. Let's talk about a big NFL move that was announced yesterday. The Jets, conveniently enough, on the day today that we're going to preview the AFC East, lock up Garrett Wilson long-term, a 4-year, $130 million contract extension, including $90 million guaranteed. I think I saw that's the fourth most amount of guaranteed money given to a wide receiver in league history. First time in NFL history as well that a receiver will average over $31 million after only playing 3 seasons in the league. He's locked up. He's a New York Jet through 2030. I think given the fact that you could look at any issues Garrett Wilson had over the first couple years of his career as being directly related to the quarterback in many instances, it makes a lot of sense to commit to Garrett Wilson long-term. I also think that when you have a premier pass catcher who you're going to lean on, despite the fact that your offense is probably going to be more run-heavy this year with Justin Fields, healthy Breece Hall, all of that, that it makes sense to lock him up and keep him around. I think Wilson has, I guess we could call it a bounce back year this year, but I think this makes a lot of sense for the Jets, and for Garrett Wilson, it's a chance to make a whole lot of money.
Oh, yeah. A whole lot of money. And he deserves it. I mean, you look at what he's done in his first 3 seasons in the league, 1,000 yards receiving in each one of those seasons, 7 touchdowns last year. That was his highest. And he does have a little bit of continuity, a little bit of chemistry with Justin Fields already. The two played at Ohio State. So you hope that, maybe this tandem is something that Garrett Wilson can continue to build on in this season. But if you're the Jets, like, I think that was kind of a no-brainer to extend him, offer him this contract, get him paid. And now Sauce Gardner is the next one for the domino to fall, probably the next target that the Jets have to lock up a long-term contract. But overall, like, not terribly surprising that we saw this. I mean, it's a lot of money, but I think it was a move that was coming for the Jets.
Yeah, and one that they had to make, really. You had to keep Garrett Wilson around and in the fold long term because, the move to Aaron Glenn as the head coach, I think, look, we're going to break down the entire AFC East in a great amount of detail in about an hour and 10 minutes here on the show as we continue the division by division previews. But I think it's all about changing the culture in that room and around that organization as much as a head coach can. It sounds like Aaron Glenn is going to come in, be no nonsense, no BS. We're going to have a tough training camp. We get 16 fully padded practices. You better expect we're going to tackle during those practices. We're going to become tougher mentally and physically. I hate to say this on the morning after of the Garrett Wilson extension because it's going to seem like it's directly tied to that. I promise it's not. I may be feeling a little more positive. I may see a few more silver linings in the clouds around the Jets than I did when I first thought about their offseason as I sat down and looked at it.
I mean, we will get into this, but win total over on the Jets. That may be on my card for today, something like that. But I think this with Aaron Glenn, like the tide is changing a little bit in New York, and the Jets are an organization that typically doesn't offer contract extensions to their young stars until they like absolutely have to. And so I feel like committing to Garrett Wilson long-term right now kind of shows the change that this organization is hoping to make. So I'm a little higher on them than I think most people are as well, Chris. And I think there are some ways to bet them going forward. Maybe in this division, maybe win totals, but we'll tell you in a little while. Look at that. Look at that tease.
Look at that. That's a couple of professionals teasing up a big segment coming up, like I said, in about an hour and 10 minutes here on Bet Sweats. Don't forget, you can watch the first hour of the show every single day, the 9 a.m. Eastern hour on Stadium via your Bally Sports Live app. Make sure you've got it downloaded and you're taking us with you, getting everything you need to get you ready for the All-Star game tonight. Again, Chris Thomas in the third hour and our All-Star game preview coming up in a little less than 10 minutes. It couldn't be a day in the middle of the summer with nothing else going on for your average Philadelphia sports fan if they didn't get some sort of bad news. And no, it's not Nick Sirianni going off about people questioning how they carried Jalen Hurts or anything like that. No. It's Paul George somehow getting hurt during the offseason. My Lord. Paul George underwent an arthroscopic procedure on his left knee yesterday to treat an injury suffered during a recent workout. This, according to a team official communicating to ESPN. He's going to start a rehab program and be reevaluated prior to the start of training camp in a couple of months. But this is the last thing the Sixers need, is another cornerstone piece of their starting lineup dealing with knee injuries. Embiid, look, we all know the stories there. Paul George has dealt with all sorts of injuries over the last several years. He's not getting any younger, 35 now, I think. So it's just another hit to a Sixers roster that I don't think a ton of people were feeling necessarily thrilled about to begin with.
Chris, unless you hear me say I am betting a win total under, over the next couple of months, if you ever hear me say I'm betting on the 76ers, just stop me immediately. There is no way, because this team is already falling apart and we're months away from the start of the season. This is like the least surprising thing ever that Paul George, one of the Sixers stars, one of the Sixers big three, is injured. Like, that is the story of this team. I have no faith in the Philadelphia 76ers whatsoever. The impact it has, I guess, is VJ Edgecombe, their first round pick. He'll get some more playing time early on in the season, so keeping an eye on him during summer league and kind of seeing how he progresses. That's the biggest thing. But no one should be putting their money on the 76ers this season, whether it's to win their division, win the East, make it to the finals. Like that, none of that is happening because this team cannot stay healthy, and it's like clockwork.
Not just not healthy, but like I mentioned, you brought up VJ Edgecombe, which maybe gives folks in Philly a little bit of hope, right? Young guy coming in after the college career that he had. But they're not getting any younger either. I mentioned Paul George, 35. Embiid is 31, and his body is built like that of a 65-year-old. Kyle Lowry is on the bench at 39 years old. Like, this team is at a point where it feels like the opportunity, other than Tyrese Maxey, which may be your one bright, shining hope, the opportunity to capitalize on the high-end talent they had on this roster passed them by before they even got a chance to do anything with it.
Yeah, it's the experiment didn't work. And I think it's time to blow it up, move on, and maybe build around your young guys like Tyrese Maxey. Jared McCain's going to be good again now that he's back.
Trust the new process, maybe. Don't forget, you can watch the show as well. Search for the BetMGM Network on YouTube. The All-Star Game tonight in Atlanta. We break it all down next right here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
The Midsummer Classic tonight in Atlanta after we all had a good time watching the Home Run Derby last night. Real, I say with air quotes, baseball game to be played tonight between the National League and the American League. We'll get into all of it in just a moment here on Bet Sweats, live coast to coast on the BetMGM Network alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack. Joe and Sam off for the rest of the week, getting their own all-star break, as it were. Coming up in 20 minutes, still plenty of hoops to talk about. In fact, a big game in the W tonight that we'll get into on national television before they hit their all-star break at the end of the week. We'll preview the Big 12. I mean, we could have half a dozen teams that are in it at the top of this conference. It is wild, as per usual. We'll also talk about Notre Dame in the third hour, the only independent really of note, and all the other group of 6 teams and conferences. Yeah, you came for the Mountain West and the Sun Belt, baby. We got it. Later in the show here on Bet Sweats, plus Chris Thomas and 92.9 The Game in Atlanta, just to give us an idea of what things are like down there, getting ready for the All-Star game tonight and the Derby, what it was like last night. Plus, we'll preview the AFC East 1 hour from now. Josh Allen MVP back-to-back. Do we feel better about the Jets than we should? Worse about the Dolphins than we should? And is the Vrabel effect really being that overstated? All of it as we preview that division from top to bottom 1 hour from now. But we got Skeens, we got Scooble, we got all the big names, Kate. We got the MLB All-Star game in Atlanta tonight. And I don't know where to start with this one. I mean, sides, I'm not really betting on a side. I'll be honest. American League, minus 105, National League, minus 115. You don't really have a clear-cut favorite. Total sits at 7, though. And I'll be honest, that's where I go first. Because with the total at 7, minus 120 to the over, even money to the under, I'll just run through the last handful of totals in the All-Star game. It was 8 last year, 5, 5, 7, 7, a 14 thrown in at one point, I want to say 6 years ago, 3, 6, 9, 8, 3, 8. You've got all the best pitchers in the game. And yes, you've got a lot of the best hitters in the game too. I get it. It's why you get the occasional blip on the radar. But 7 is a really good number, and I'm still tempted to take the under at even money because of the pitching we have stacked up in this thing. And I would hope anyway, we get more than a single inning from Skeens and Scooble each, and they both work the second. We'll see if that happens or not. But that's what I'm betting on, is the under 7. I think we get another tight, low-scoring MLB All-Star game.
I don't think Skeens goes more than 1, Chris. When Skeens was told that he was going to be the starter, was that the manager for the Pirates that was like, we're going to have you out there? Or whoever it was that was putting up the lineup for the NL. It doesn't matter. Probably. Said that we'll have you out there for an inning. You'll pitch great, 3 outs, and then we'll pull you. So I wouldn't count on that. But still, your point remains that the pitching lineup is stacked. All-Star games typically tend to be lower scoring because of that. So I'm with you. I don't think I'm actually going to bet it. Like, full transparency, I'm probably not going to bet a side, a total in this game. But if I did, if you want a little action, I think the under is the right way. I also think it could be fun just to sprinkle a couple home run bets today. That might be what I do. Coffee money on a couple different home run bets. And one of the players that I like, Chris, what about Freddie Freeman? Returning to Atlanta, where he spent majority of his career. Fans there love him. You get that at plus 1060. That's pretty good. Some of these guys, in the starting lineup will go through the rotation twice probably before they get pulled and other players step in. So I think Freddie Freeman might be a name that I'm looking at.
That's not a bad look, especially at the number. I agree with that. I mean, it's easy to go chalk, I think, and say Judge or Ohtani. They're both 6-1 at BetMGM to homer. If you want to look, again, a lot like the Derby. And yesterday we had Colby Marchio on, and we talked about it. We kidded around about it being Christmas morning, and it's fun, right? It's the Derby. It's an all-star game. You kind of want to root for offense. I totally get that. You want to root for home runs, and you want to see the big names do big things. So I get it. I don't blame anybody who wants to put a few bucks on a couple of home run props. I mentioned Judge and Ohtani. Raleigh, the other third co-favorite, I guess if you want to call it that, third lowest number on the board to hit a home run at 6-1. You got Acuna at 750. Guy playing in his home ballpark. PCA, Pete Crow Armstrong at plus 875. Will Smith at 9-1. Then you get out to the 10-1 and beyond guys. Lindor, Riley Green, Vladdy, Ryan O'Hearn. You mentioned Freddie Freeman. All worth a look, I think. But again, I'm going to be the Grinch that stole offense. And I'm going to make a pitching bet. And I know we probably won't see Skeens work into the second inning. But I do have evidence for this, and I really like the number. Skeens over 1.5 strikeouts is plus 150 because, like you said, he's not expected to work past the first inning. But let's look at the top of the lineup here, in particular the number 2 and number 4 spots in the AL lineup. And they both have very high strikeout rates. Riley Green, a 31.5% strikeout rate, is hitting second in the order. I'm going to chalk that up as a K. Hitting in between Gleyber Torres and Aaron Judge. And then we have Raleigh hitting fourth, who's also got a 25% strikeout rate. Now, look, maybe it's 1, 2, 3, ground ball, strikeout, fly ball. Paul Skeens goes and sits down before he even breaks a sweat. That's entirely possible. But if everyone else is going to have fun betting on dingers and offense, the Pirates guy, like I said, it's genetic. I have no control over it. I was born into it. So I'm going to bet Skeens, and I'm going to bet over 1.5 strikeouts. Not a ton of money, just enough to have a little extra fun during that first inning. And maybe he gets Torres to whiff. He gets Riley Green to whiff, and I'm 2 batters in, and I cashed out at plus 150. So that's another. That'll be one of the pitching props that I bet. For what it's worth, Scooble is also over 1.5 Ks at some decent plus money as well. Whether you expect that either one of these guys works beyond the first inning at all or not, you want to root for some pitching and some really good. The 2 best pitchers in the bigs this year squaring off in at least the first inning of this game. Why not a little change sprinkled on a K prop for me with Skeens?
I mean, at that price, plus 150 for Skeens, I like it, Chris. And it also goes with your under. Like, if you like the under a lower scoring game, like you mentioned, these pitchers are going to have quite the outings. And so correlated plays for you. Mine are, like I said, I like the under. Then I'm like, yeah, let's sprinkle on a bunch of home run bets. Those two don't exactly correlate. So you're a little bit smarter in this category than I am. But I can get on board with anything Paul Skeens. I mean, yeah, Skeens and Scooball, best pitchers in the league. They're pretty fun to watch, too.
Yeah, watch them light up the radar gun a little bit in the first inning. Hopefully cash a bet or two, and then, go get a refreshment, come back, and maybe watch the rest of the game. Maybe not. I don't know. Again, it's an all-star game. It's only for funsies, folks. Speaking of which, he's always funsies. Intrepid international traveler, back with the show. No, I'm not talking about Paul Aspen, believe it or not. Jake Hassan, after several weeks overseas in the beautiful British Isles. That was a terrible accent. How was your trip, first of all, Jay?
It was the best. I love Glasgow. I love Scotland. It's awesome. It was my second time there in the last year. I was there in November. So I was there for the summertime now. And, it's Glasgow, so summer is still like high of 65 degrees. But it was awesome, and I love it. Roughly 175 pints of Guinness over the course of the week that I was there. But it was awesome. I can't wait to go back eventually. Pub culture was made for me.
Have you made, now that you've been over there several times, have you made Glasgow friends, like people who you will check in with again when you get back?
So for context, the reason I was there in the first place was my sister was graduating from the University of Glasgow veterinary school. Shout out Dr. Hassan. But so I met people through her that are going to be staying there and still going to be in Glasgow. So I don't know if I would check in with them because they're more her friends than mine, but I've like met them and am friendly with them. And if I were to be over there, I would probably text my sister and say, hey, are any of your friends around here? And then want to grab a cheeky pint. But other than that, no, other than the one guy who, when I was there in November, I don't know if either of you know this story. When I was there in November and I was there for about a week still, I swear we were in this pub. And of course I go up to get a drink and this guy turns around and he goes, you American? I said, yeah. He goes, yeah, I could tell by the way you order. And I was like, okay, sure. And he goes, well, where are you from? And I said, Chicago. And he goes, oh, that Caleb Williams, I don't know if he's it. And I go, are you kidding me? I go, if I'm the one NFL football fan in all of Glasgow right now. I came here to get away from this. Leave me alone. And then, of course, he trapped me because he was talking about Caleb Williams being bad. And then I went back to the table. My sister said, why were you yelling at that guy? I said, don't worry about it. It's fine. Anyway.
Did you allow yourself to seethe with rage at all while you were overseas at the extension of Ryan Poles?
No, not this time. Not this. This time it was just for funsies, as you said, Chris.
All right. So the All-Star game is tonight. We would be remiss if we didn't ask the host of Bet Slips and Bat Flips if he has any All-Star game bets.
Yeah, so obviously I've been gone, so I haven't been super looking at the odds lately. And then, you come back and it's the All-Star game. So for me, it's just let's take some shots. Like, I love the Freddie Freeman number. It would be so on brand for him to just have the FU home run in that park again after he very much wanted to be back. And the Braves like, we're going to pay Matt Olson instead. How's that going? Anyway, I digress. So I think Freddie Freeman is, especially at the number, Acuna too. Like, these are going to be very square, very chalk. You're going to log on to gambling Twitter in about 3 minutes, and there's going to be 17 other people. Acuna and Freeman, the Braves, whatever. Who cares? Long numbers. I also might live bet a home run, like somebody who comes off the bench. Like, most places you can't bet these bench guys, but I'll be paying attention. And if there's somebody I'm like, okay, I could see this matchup. For me, and I know this is what people really want to bet, it's the MVP. Like, you want to take some shots. Like, you could take some bombs on some of these bench guys. This market is fully open. And for me, it's always guys who could do something crazy. So your Ellie De La Cruz is at 35-1, who could have an inside the park home run to give the NL the lead by 1. The guy who could steal 3 bases, do something insane. Corbin Carroll's another one of those guys. Somebody who popped to me at 60-1 on BetMGM. It's been the comeback year for him. Everybody's talking about Javi Baez at 60-1. Like, he's the feel-good story. He's one of those guys. He could do something crazy. He could hit a home run and then go out there and rob a home run in center field. Everybody's rooting for him this year. Everybody's talking about him. It's his year. He's one of the favorites. He's behind DeGrom for AL Comeback Player of the Year. But he's a story, and that's what this game is. It's just a big fiasco. So at 60-1, Baez was one for me, and at 35-1, I have to play a little Ellie De La Cruz too.
It's not smart within the All-Star game to look at pitchers for MVP, right? Like, we haven't had that many pitchers in our last pitcher was Shane Bieber in 2019, but because they're only getting an inning, maybe 2. Chris, are you going pitcher? You made a face like, I might have to do a little, maybe a little scheme.
It's the All-Star game. It's narrative vibes, like Jake just kind of laid out, right? With Javi Baez, it's the Clayton Kershaw goodbye to the All-Star game. Like, another 60-1. If Kershaw goes out there, full transparency, I don't know if they plan to pitch him in the second, if they're going to save him for the end of the game, have him close it out, a big moment if the NL has the lead. But it's Kershaw. He's there just because he's Clayton Kershaw, and he eclipsed the 3,000 strikeout mark a week ago. So if Kershaw goes out there and goes 1-2-3 with a K mixed in, and the NL wins a 3-1 ball game, like, they might give it to him just for the legend vibes.
That's not a bad call, actually. Because
honestly, I do think there's an angle on that. Like, if he comes in late, let's say he closes the game. Yeah. Like, I don't know. I can't remember in past years if this market stays open, but it's worth checking, because if we get later and later in the game, his odds are going to get longer as people do stuff in the game and he's sitting on the bench. If he comes in the 8th or 9th inning and the National League's clinging to a 1 or 2 run lead, or if he gets the save even, could be something. Could be something.
Could be a thing. Plus, I just think, like, if I'm going to ride with the under, if I'm going to ride with the Skeens K prop, like, let's just ride low scoring 3-1, like I said, 2-0 ball game. Who knows? And let's throw a pitcher MVP out there just for giggles. And I think Kershaw at that number, like even Skeens at 45-1. If I want to go full on homer and go all in on all Skeens, what if he walks out there and strikes out the side and the NL wins 2-1? I mean, I don't know. It's a thought.
Which certainly, I mean, for Paul Skeens, you wouldn't necessarily put it past him.
No, I mean, again, the top third of that lineup might be a chance. Gleyber Torres, Riley Green, maybe Judge is swinging for the fences. You get 3 Ks, bing, bang, boom, out. Nobody scores at all in Skeens. But I love the Kershaw look as well at 60-1. Some longer odds on the MVP board. We'll talk to Chris Thomas of 92.9 The Game in Atlanta a little bit later, catch his thoughts. But hoops continue, a big one in the WNBA tonight. We'll talk about it next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Man, one poor kid's career is over before it even started, it feels like. We will talk Summer League as well as the WNBA. The Fever are in action tonight, laying a ton of points at BetMGM. We'll get into that in just a moment here on Bet Sweats, live coast to coast on the BetMGM network. Don't forget, you can always get us in podcast form as well. And listen to Bet Sweats live anywhere with the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps as well. Top of the hour, we'll preview the Big 12 as throughout this week with Joe and Sam off. Kate and I are taking our chances to preview not just the NFL division by division, AFC East in about 38 minutes. Josh Allen MVP, run it back. Are the Jets going to be better than we think? Dolphins worse? What exactly is the Vrabel effect? A lot of things to talk about in the AFC East. The Garrett Wilson extension came at a good time for us in that regard. But also college football. The Big 12, like I said, in about 20 minutes. And in an hour and 20 minutes, thoughts on Notre Dame. Can they replace Riley Leonard? Do they really need to? With Jeremiah Love and so much of their defense back. And all the other group of 6, group of 5 schools, whatever you want to call the Pac-2, Oregon State and Washington State, and then, of course, your Mountain West, your American, your Sun, your MAC, your Conference USA. Who's that team going to be that makes the playoff from the group of 5, group of 6, whatever you want to call it? Odds on that as well before we get back into the All-Star game in the final hour with Chris Thomas of 92.9 The Game in Atlanta. But I mentioned someone's career may be over before it even started, Kate. Oh, man. Poor Noah Essengay of your Chicago Bulls. Yes, they're your Chicago Bulls now. I'm just giving them to you because nobody else wants them.
That's fair.
Got absolutely postered by Johnny Furphy of the Indiana Pacers in their Summer League matchup last night. If you haven't seen the screenshot yet, go find it on social media this morning. I highly recommend it. It is the face on Noah Essengay as he's getting dunked on is going to stick with this poor man for the rest of his life unless he wins a league MVP or an NBA final someday. Like, this is just now his legacy of being postered by Johnny Furphy into making one of the funniest faces I've ever seen.
Well, Chris, he will not be winning in NBA finals as long as he's on the Chicago Bulls, and which makes me think he's probably not winning an MVP either. So this is it for Noah Essengay. This is probably what he's going to be known best for. Unfortunately, like, poor kid just starts his NBA career, like, what, 3rd Summer League game, and this is going absolutely viral because the face he is making is one of, I don't know, like horror, terror, fear, pain. What other adjectives can you use to describe that? And this photo, Chris, is going to be used as a meme forever. It will not go away. Not at all.
No. I mean, the Bulls won, so they got that going for them. 114-105 out in Vegas. Also out in Vegas, a late game between the Clippers and the Lakers. Wait, hold on. I'm just checking the final score on this one because the stat line for Bronny James was really strong. 17 points, 5 boards, 5 assists, made 3 threes, was 6 of 10 from the field overall. But I'm just looking at the final score of this game. This has to be a misprint. The Clippers beat the Lakers 67-58. Did they play like 6-minute quarters? What do we know what happened here?
No. Now that you call that to my attention, that is odd because if you look at that Bulls Pacers game, it looks like a normal NBA game. 114-105. 67-58. I don't know what happened in that game. They had to have played a full game. I don't think it was shortened by any means, but I guess that's what happens when you shoot 24% from 3 and 30% from 3. Like you hit what, 16 combined threes? That's probably what's going to do it there. But Bronny James, leading scorer for the Lakers. I mean, dare I say he looked good last night. It is Summer League. He's playing against Summer League competition. But you got to give the kid a little credit for how much flack he gets.
Sure. I'm sure it'll be a talking point on all of the shows today. I ran the math real quick. The Lakers and Clippers were a combined 37% from the field. So that
Yeah,
probably has something to do with the 67-58 final score. As for the WNBA, they are inching up on their All-Star break as well. Tonight, you got the Washington Mystics against the LA Sparks, if you really want to stay up late and do that to yourself. But more interestingly, at 8 Eastern, 7 Central, Indiana Fever visiting the Connecticut Sun, laying 15.5 in this one, Kate. We talked about Indiana blowing out Dallas over the weekend. Caitlin Clark had a double-double, even though she didn't shoot very well. And, coming back from the injury, hasn't shot very well from the field. But I brought up Sophie Cunningham, 13 points, 10 of 15 from the field in her last 2 games. That will be an angle I'm looking for tonight once I see her numbers get posted.
Yeah, I think she is someone to continue looking at, Chris. She's been playing really well lately. And I'm looking at Caitlin Clark's assist numbers, which is perfect. Like, Sophie knocks down the triples. Caitlin Clark gets the assists, because Clark's shooting just has not been, it's been really bad. Like, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's been pretty awful lately. So I think it is smart to look at some other players to handle a little bit more of the scoring load. But Caitlin Clark, assist-wise, is still dishing out the dimes. She's still pushing the pace. The 15.5 that the Fever are favored by, I know the Sun are so bad, but I still think that is kind of a lot. This opened at 12.5, and so you're getting the worst of the number right now if you're betting it at 15.5. And the Sun, their home and road splits, they have a net rating of -27 on the road and -10 at home. So it's not great either way, but they are significantly better at home. And the Fever have been a little worse on the road. So I would actually look to back the Sun getting the points, and maybe you wait even a little closer to tip off and see if some more money comes in on the Fever, because it is Caitlin Clark. You're paying Fever tax. Right. If anything, I think that number gets larger in favor of Indiana, which in that case, then I think, if this gets to 16, I think you play the Connecticut Sun here.
What do we think about Caitlin Clark? She's done it 5 times this year. 10+ assists you can get out there at +130 for Caitlin Clark's assist number. That would we're basically then betting a double-double, which is +125. But if you just take the assists, again, to your point about her shooting lately, you're not even worrying about the points.
Right. 9 or more assists in 9 of her last 12 games. So she's getting to that 10 mark, or very, very close to it, where against a team like the Connecticut Sun, who allowed the most assists per game, Chris, that is actually not a bad look at all. A way to get a little plus money on Caitlin Clark, something that is you're usually paying a lot of juice on Caitlin Clark props unless you take alt lines. So I actually do think that is a great look to take her to have 10+ assists, because she's getting pretty close to those numbers consistently. And with her shooting where it is right now, like, she might just try and get her teammates involved more. So I like that.
Yeah, I caught that, and I thought, you know what? That's probably not a bad look given the way the shooting has gone lately, and if I don't want to play that. I mentioned we're getting up on the All-Star break. You watch the WNBA, I'll be honest, much closer than I do. So have you looked at any futures? Or, I guess before we get to futures, are there any other props for tonight that you like in that Indy Connecticut game?
There are not in that, but I do like the Washington Mystics tonight over the Sparks. I just don't think the Sparks are a good basketball team. Mystics were 4.5-point underdogs when this line opened, and they have flipped to -1.5 favorites on the road. I think that's fairly telling. Sparks at home have not been great either. So that's the only other look that I have for tonight's games is the Washington Mystics laying the 1.5. In terms of futures, Chris, going forward, you've kind of lost out on the best of this number, because you could have got this 10-1-ish a couple weeks ago. But the Phoenix Mercury, they're really good. They're hitting a stride. They have a lot of talent on that team. They just brought over Dewana Bonner, who had 22 last night or 2 nights ago, and last night in the win over the Valkyries, which I lost because I bet the Valkyries in that one. But the Mercury +550 right now to win the title. They have the 3rd best odds, and I think they're a team that could be sneaky good. And sneaky isn't even the right term. They just are good. I don't even think they're sneaky anymore. But so much attention has been on the Liberty and the Lynx for most of the season that the Mercury are kind of finally starting to creep into the fold. And I think there's someone that everyone should have their eye on come postseason.
Fever Mercury finals matchup is 14-1. I don't know why that caught my eye. I'm just throwing it out there, but I'm sure you're paying, like you said, the Fever tax on that one.
Yeah, you are a little bit. But I don't hate that, Chris, because within the Eastern Conference that the Fever will go into, the Liberty, I mean, they haven't been playing like the same Liberty team that we saw dominant early in the season, late in last season. They've had their struggles, especially with Jonquel Jones out. So like they're a team that the Fever could easily beat. They already have beat them once this season. So yeah, Mercury Fever 14-1.
I have
I'm
a
not going to
soft
talk you
spot.
off of it.
I have a soft spot for Phoenix just because, full disclosure, Megan McConnell, who's injured, she was signed as an undrafted free agent. Megan McConnell was my son's student teacher a couple years ago when he was in 5th grade. Yeah. She went to Duquesne here in Pittsburgh. She's from the area, went to Chartiers Valley High School. Obviously, her brother is TJ. And her dad was the superstar, seemingly, of every post-game show during the NBA Finals, getting dragged onto the set to be a typical Yinzer in Yinzer fashion, talking about how Megan was a better player than TJ right there in front of the country. Anyway, I have a soft spot for the McConnell family, so I kind of have, by association, a soft spot for the Mercury. So I like that future that you threw out. Like you said, you probably lost the number on it, but if I wanted to get in on that, I'd think about it at plus 550. And like you said, they're just playing well, too. So I like when the vibes plays that I want to just throw out there have some actual statistical merit behind them. And you gave me some.
Was she a good teacher? Did your son get A's?
Oh, he loved her. We had to go to like half a dozen Duquesne basketball games so he could watch her play. He made signs. It was amazing. So there you go. Vibes and a soft spot for the Phoenix Mercury here on Bet Sweats. Coming up, we continue our previews of college football, conference by conference, as we dive into what should be a wild one. 6-7 different teams could win this conference, maybe the Big 12. Next, right here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Live coast to coast inside your free Odyssey app, AUDACY, and right here on the BetMGM network. It is Bet Sweats. Joe O and Sammy P getting their own all-star break this week as Kate Constable and I fill in. I'm Chris Mack. And you know, Kate, how I don't know if you've ever driven west, like out towards Arizona, Colorado, towards the Rockies, and you could be 150, 200 miles away from the mountains, but they look like they're right there, like so close you can touch them, but you keep driving and they seemingly don't get any closer, any closer, any closer. That's what college football feels like for me right now. It's so close yet so far. I want to just reach out and grab college football and bring it into August. I know we've still got like 6 plus weeks until the season starts, but I mentioned it yesterday when the old, Phil Steele college football preview mag comes in. I'm all over it. Oh, but check this out, Kate. I've got conferences color-coded. Look at this. Huh?
Look at
How about
you.
That? Yeah,
I need to do that. I've got some highlighting going on in here, but that's the real deal.
Plenty of highlighting. Another thing that got done during the rain delays during the my daughter's softball tournament this weekend out in Columbus. Lots of college football reading. And we're going to dive into the Big 12 in just a moment here on Bet Sweats. 20 minutes from now, NFL training camp's already getting underway this week in some places and around the rest of the league throughout the next 8, 9, 10 days. So we'll continue our division by divisional previews of that as well with the AFC East. Bills, Patriots, Dolphins, and Jets, like I said, in 20 minutes. And we'll also take a look at the group of 5, group of 6, whatever you want to call it, the smaller FBS programs and their conferences, and maybe a team or two that we like to be the group of 5, group of 6 representative in the college football playoff this year, because they get one. And we'll include Notre Dame in that discussion as well, even though they're not a group of 5, and they've got a good chance to maybe get deep into the college football playoff again this year. But let's start with the Big 12. Wide open again, Kate. I mean, 6, 7, maybe 8 teams that all have a legitimate shot to get to the Big 12 championship game, if not win the conference. I'll just run down the list real quick. We've got Iowa State, obviously, who was in the conference championship game last year, returning 13 starters, and of course, Rocco Becht at quarterback. We've got Utah, maybe finally past the Cam Rising injury era at quarterback, although I don't know if they've done for their sake, right? We've got Texas Tech, who overhauled a whole bunch of the roster, especially up front on defense, but bring their quarterback back. We've got Arizona State, who obviously won the conference last year and went to the playoff. They also bring their quarterback, Sam Leavitt, back, one of 16 returning starters. Maybe the Cam Scadaboo effect. His departure for the NFL could be a little overstated. We've got Baylor, who won 6 regular season games at the end of last season to wrap up what was an otherwise underwhelming result for them. We've got BYU, who all of a sudden needs to find a quarterback because Jake Retzlaff doesn't want to be suspended for not honoring the honor code. So he may even end up in conference at Oklahoma State, some people are saying, who had a terrible year last year. It's the Big 12. It's wild. It's crazy. It's unpredictable. Other than West Virginia finishing dead last, there's not much you can guarantee this year, I don't think.
Well, the odds tell you that, Chris, that this is wide open. The books don't know what to do with this, at least over at BetMGM. It seems that way because you have Kansas State, Arizona State, Baylor, Texas Tech, and Utah all sitting at 6-1.
Yeah.
There's no other conference that looks like that. If you go to the odds board right now, you have a clear-cut favor in most of them, if not maybe 1 or 2 that are really at the top, but then it kind of opens up from there. But it is just a stacked up and down conference here. And I like that the Big 12 didn't do any preseason rankings at all this year, because last year they ranked Arizona State to finish dead last in the preseason rankings. And what happens? They go on and they win the conference. They go to the college football playoff. There is just not a whole lot of separation between a lot of these teams. And I think it comes down to quarterback play for a lot of these schools. And that's a low-hanging fruit handicap because, of course, the quarterback's the most important position on the field. But it comes down to schedule who's got more home games? What are those home situations like? Are teams coming off a bye? Like, that's kind of where I think you have to go look in order to find some separation between those 5 at the top.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly the direction I was going in. We get, oddly enough, a Big 12 opener in week 0 over in Dublin, Ireland. Iowa State against Kansas State. The Wildcats favored by 3 right now. But I'll be honest, one of the teams, when I look at conference championship odds, I know they're one of those teams that's up there, and I know they're a favorite of a lot of people. I take them out of the mix because of one of those things you mentioned, which is quarterback play, the number of returning starters you have. They only have 9, and schedule. They've got to go to Baylor, and they've got to travel to Utah. So I take Kansas State out of my conversation to begin with. I also take TCU out. Toughest schedule, toughest Big 12 schedule. So I take them out. And I kind of whittle it down to 4 or 5 other teams. Iowa State, I'll be honest, with a returning quarterback, all the returning starters they have, the experience angle on them at 14-1 is very tempting for an Iowa State bet to win the conference. Again, the only thing that makes me hesitate on any of these is that this conference is, I don't want to call it a crapshoot, but basically a crapshoot. And when you start to try and find differentiators, it does come back to quarterback. And that's why I like Baylor, I think, and Arizona State. I mentioned Leavitt coming back for Arizona State with all the returning starters around him. Yeah, the price isn't great. It's one of those 5 teams that's at 6-1, but I like Arizona State. I think the departure of Cam Scatterbo is being a bit overstated. Really liked him, but I think one player at that position in particular probably being overstated, just especially because of the impact he had in the big games that we saw late in the season.
Yeah. And they have some depth on that team. I mean, you're not going to replace a running back like Cam Scatterbo, but between Dillingham, the head coach is phenomenal too. So I think that's another thing that can be a separator between a lot of these teams. So I can't argue with you. Looking at Arizona State, I really like the Iowa State look, especially at 14-1. I'm kind of surprised that they aren't in that 6-1 range with those other 5 teams. But you talk quarterback, Rocco Becht, come back for another season. Their only road game in September is Arkansas State outside of the week 0 in Dublin. If they can beat Kansas State early on, they set themselves up for a lot. They could have a 5-0 start to the season. The biggest thing that they're going to have to replace is the Jalen receivers, Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel, that tandem. That's a big loss. But they also, Iowa State has a massive offensive line, returns 6 starters or 6 players rather that are 6'6", 320. They're huge. So I like Iowa State. I don't know what to make of BYU with the quarterback situation, Chris. I liked them prior to
Ratzlaff. Yeah.
Ratzlaff, yes, thank you, having to depart. I don't know what they look like now going forward. I mean, it just feels like this happening so late in the off season. We're close to the start of the season. That's the problem there. If they get off to a slow start, drop a couple games early on, there goes the season.
Yeah, exactly. It's way too late in the year to have to replace your quarterback, I think, regardless of how ready you think your backup may be. It's difficult for BYU, I think, to bounce back from that. You mentioned the loss of Scatterbo, and it's probably one of the chief storylines, really, when you're handicapping the top of the Big 12. They went out and got a guy in the portal, Kanye Udo, who had 1,100 yards and 10 touchdowns at Army last year. So it's not like there's a giant drop-off at running back. Scatterbo's a great story. Again, I totally understand it. And I think, you can't discount the intangibles, the leadership, all of that, the character, all of that. But it's still a reason I like Arizona State to go with the other, 16, 17 returning starters, including their quarterback. I mentioned Baylor winning 6 in a row last year before they lost their bowl game. They also returned 15 starters. They've got 5 Big 12 games at home. And Sawyer Robertson was, you could argue, the second best quarterback in the conference last year. behind Shedeur Sanders. At least touchdown numbers would tell you that. He threw 28 touchdown passes. So Baylor, yes, another one of those handful of teams that's at 6-1. Maybe not a super sexy number. They do open up against Auburn, but that's a home game in week 1. I really like, I feel like it was a bit of a letdown year for Baylor last year, and they bounced back this year. So Baylor and Arizona State would probably be the 2 conference championship futures that I would play in the Big 12, both of them at 6-1.
Well, Chris, Sawyer Robertson, Phil Steele's number 1 QB in the Big 12 this year.
There you go.
Just saying. Yeah. You have to like how they finished up last season. Like, that's got to give them a lot of momentum and confidence coming into this year, especially because the roster is returning a lot of the same players that were with them for this little run last year. Yeah, you lose to LSU in your bowl game, but fine. Whatever. It's a bowl game. Do they really matter that much anymore? I don't think. The Kinder's Texas Bowl, I'm not sure. Baylor's saying, okay, we're not going to be any good this year because we lost that one. I'm with you. I think Baylor could be a very good team in this conference. What is the ceiling for these teams? Or maybe what's the ceiling? I don't think any of these teams are national championship contenders. I think you get a team in, obviously, for winning the conference, maybe 2. But I don't think they make any noise once we make it to the playoffs. Like, this is not going to be a conference that's producing national champions this year.
Yeah, I mean, this is the difficult part about the power vacuum at the top of the Big 12 since Texas and Oklahoma left. I mean, of the last 10 conference champions, Oklahoma won 7 times, Texas won 1 of them, and then you got a mishmash of Baylor, Kansas State, and Arizona State. So that power vacuum at the top means, yeah, like we've talked about, there's a great amount of parity, and half a dozen, if not more, teams could have a legitimate shot to not just show up in Dallas at the conference championship game, but actually win the conference and win a playoff spot because of it. But that's it. That's all. They all beat each other up. I think it's very difficult for any one team to stand out. And, you know, with anything more than 1 loss, if you're not the conference champion, you're just not going to be in the conversation for a college football playoff spot, I don't think.
And I mean, listen to this, Chris. Last season, 43% of conference games were decided by 1 score. That's a lot. That's a lot. Like, these guys are literally just beating up on each other every week. And if you look at win totals this year, no team is below 5.5 in the conference, and no team is above 8.5. So, like, it is so condensed where I would almost recommend, I mean, maybe waiting to bet a Big 12 conference winner if you don't feel like you have any strong separation between these teams right now. Wait a week or 2, 3 weeks into the season, kind of see how things are shaking out. You risk getting a worse number than 6-1, than the 14-1 on Iowa State, something like that. But it's just so tight. I have a hard time, like, sure, I can say that there are teams that I like over others, but like in reality, I don't feel like there's an edge to be had there. That's probably the word. The right word is the edge.
Yeah, I think that's a good point too. You know, like Texas Tech is a team that I kind of like as a dark horse, but they're priced at 6-1. Like, let's wait and see how things shake out. Because they brought in a ton of experience, like I said, in the portal, especially up front on the D line, a bunch of Power 4 and FBS guys replacing people they lost. And they bring Baron Morton back, a quarterback who I think threw for over 4,000 yards last year. So they've got a good quarterback. He's established. He's got experience, a strong defensive line. But I'm not betting it at 6-1. The one I do like, if we're talking about win totals, I mentioned West Virginia earlier. They've turned over so much of that roster. And the vibes are great in Morgantown, which, again, full disclosure, is only like an hour south of me where I live, because Rich Rodriguez is back. And Neil Brown had as much charisma as this pencil that I'm holding. And in Morgantown, they want a guy that they feel good about. And they feel good about Rich Rod coming back, especially after what he did at Jacksonville State. But that's not enough with just a huge absence of talent. I would go under on West Virginia in wins if there was a decent number there. That is one I would keep an eye on if we want to bet win totals in the Big 12, and we don't want to mess around with the conference numbers, given that everything is so tight and there is so much parity. But yeah, I don't think this conference sees, unless one team jumps out way ahead of everybody else early and keeps it up all year long and goes into the conference championship game with one loss or fewer and then wins the Big 12 title. I don't think we're seeing more than one team from this conference in the playoff. We'll talk about some of those group of 5 conferences and include Notre Dame in the conversation as well in a little less than an hour at 11 Eastern. Coming up next, though, we continue these previews, but we go to the NFL, the AFC East specifically. Can Josh Allen repeat at MVP? Next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Somebody had a red hot take about a quarterback situation at a national title contender that we let you hear in about 20 minutes or so here on Bet Sweats, live coast to coast on the BetMGM Network. Don't forget, you can listen to anything you may have missed on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts, and we're always live coast to coast on the BetMGM Network. Quick correction to one thing I said in that Big 12 segment, Kate. I think I threw out there that Texas Tech's quarterback Baron Morton had 4,000 yards passing last year. I was way off. I just got caught up in, well, it's Texas Tech and everybody slings the ball all over the yard in Lubbock. 3,300 yards, but still 27 touchdowns to 8 interceptions. So I want to correct that real quick before anybody calls me on it. We'll get into those group of 5 conferences. Your American, your Sun Belt, your MAC, your Mountain West. Do they produce a playoff team again? Is it Boise again? Is there someone else? Plus, we talk about Notre Dame in a little less than an hour at the top of the third and final hour here on Bet Sweats at 11 a.m. Eastern. Back into the All-Star Game talk 1 hour from now with Chris Thomas of 92.9 The Game in Atlanta. What was the Derby like last night? Obviously, we saw Cal Raleigh win it, and O'Neal Cruz hit a bunch of moonshots, and a kid steal a home run ball from Junior Caminero. But what's he expect tonight at the Midsummer Classic? All on the way, plus our lightning bets before we wrap up. In for Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich, Kate and Chris, we've got you for the rest of the week and all week long, not just previewing college football, but the NFL as well, with training camps opening up over the next week or so around the league. Yesterday, we did the NFC South. Go under on the Saints. The Saints are going to be bad, but we kind of have some good feelings about Tampa. To the AFC East today, and we've got the reigning MVP in Buffalo with the Bills, minus 275 to win the division, plus 360 to represent the AFC in the Super Bowl, as high as 375 at some shops, tied with the Ravens for the second best Super Bowl odds at 7-1. Win total at 12.5. Everybody is flying high on the Buffalo Bills because they've got the reigning MVP. Let's start there, Kate. Josh Allen 6-1 to repeat as MVP, tied with Joe Burrow for the second best number on the board, I believe it is, for MVP. Is there any reason to doubt that the Bills win this division and have another solid regular season, and then it's all about what happens in the playoffs and whether Bills fans get upset about what they perceive as an early exit again and try to throw Sean McDermott on the hot seat?
I mean, you just laid it out perfectly, Chris. That's the script for the Bills this season. And we know that because that's been the script for the Bills the last couple of seasons. And this division is not changed in the manner that it's gotten like increasingly more competitive. I mean, the Bills have won 5 straight division titles. They're the biggest division favorite this season of any of these divisions, minus 260 to win. They return nearly their entire offense. I know they don't have like a true wide receiver one, but they've got like by committee, and you have players that could be taking that step to become that wide receiver one. And maybe you want to say, okay, Stephon Diggs is not there. He is with the Patriots. Never mind. But I think you laid it out perfectly. Like, this is a team that's going to win a ton of regular season games, and then it's, can Josh Allen get past Patrick Mahomes in the postseason? Because he's 0-4 against Mahomes when it matters. He beats him during the regular season. He can't beat him during the postseason. So, I mean, 11.5 is a lot. I still think you look at the over for the win total because they play in a extremely weak division. They have the 5th easiest schedule of any team this season. So, like, things are not going to be all that difficult. As long as this Bills team is healthy, I think Josh Allen leads them to 12 wins this season easily. Yeah,
12.5 is the number I mentioned because you can get plus money on the over if you want to be super ambitious on the Bills.
Still, I would play. I wouldn't play the under.
Yeah, and
I guess it's over a path for me at 12.5.
I tend to agree with you because of the schedule. You mentioned that the way it lays out, that makes a ton of sense. Josh Allen for a repeat at MVP. I know we talked when we filled in for Joe and Sam a couple of weeks ago about the MVP market, and we went farther down the board. We were looking for longer numbers, things that maybe had a lot greater value in them. But I don't think you can do any better if you're looking for some chalk in the MVP market than Josh Allen. I mean, The guy is the reason the Bills win. I don't want to take anything away from anybody else on the roster, but he's, in my mind, the best quarterback in the league right now. And that's not saying, that's not going out on a limb here, but I think if the Bills are going to be as dominant as a lot of people expect in the regular season, it's going to be because Josh Allen is dominant. And if you like the over on win total, 12, 13 wins, because of the softness of the schedule, because of the rest of the division doing, I don't know what, then Josh Allen to run up some numbers against the division this year, go back to the playoffs. 6-1, I still think is a decent number for a guy who could probably be a good bit shorter in the MVP market.
Yeah, 3,700 yards last year, 28 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. Those are repeatable numbers for a player like Josh Allen. Not every quarterback out there, but for a player like Josh Allen. And I think if you don't bet this now, you're probably going to lose the best of the number because of everything we just said about the ease of the schedule. So if we think that they're going to blow through most of these opponents to get to 12, 13 wins on the season, Josh Allen's having a pretty good year. And so the 6-1 is going to be gone like that once the season starts. So if that's a MVP bet where I think if you like Josh Allen, you bet it now versus waiting at all.
Yeah, and it feels, we talk about quarterbacks reaching their peak and when they crest over that peak and start to hit the backside of their career. It feels like Josh Allen is on an extended plateau right now. Yeah. And I think he's very capable of being just the third repeat MVP in the last 17 or 18 years. Peyton Manning in 2008, 2009, Aaron Rodgers in 20 and 21. That's just how well he is playing. And so, yeah, if you're okay with a short number, like you said, it's only going to get shorter. Josh Allen MVP, I think, is a good look. As for the rest of this division, New England is next on the board to win the division. Now, granted, it's 5-1 because Buffalo are the prohibitive favorites. We talked about this a couple weeks ago as well. The Vrabel effect is being wildly overstated, I think, when we look at the lack of talent on this roster. You could absolutely love Mike Vrabel, and I think he's a very good football coach. But you could absolutely love Mike Vrabel. You could absolutely love Drake May. I understand we're talking about the two most important people on the field on any given Sunday for the New England Patriots, the head coach and the quarterback. You could love both of them. I advise you to look around at the rest of the roster because it still stinks. And I'm sorry, 8.5 wins, I don't see it for them. I don't. I would even play an alternate under. I saw at BetMGM this morning. Under 7.5 is 2-1. I don't think they're going to be terrible. I don't think this is another 4-win team, but I think 6 or 7 wins is right about where they should be. And if I can get under 7.5 at 2-1, this comes off as me being a Patriots hater. It's not. It's just, I think the Vrabel effect is being way overstated. We see quarterbacks, even young productive quarterbacks, sometimes take a step back in their second year as the rest of the league reacts to them. I think we may see that with Drake May, even if we don't. Again, the rest of the roster, go look at the depth chart. It's not that good.
No, it's really not. And Patriots are interesting. They won 4 games last year, and they have the biggest increase in projected win total of any team in the league this year. 8.5. So they go from 4 games to asking them to win 9 games with a new head coach. Granted, okay, it's Mike Vrabel. He has experience. Still his first year in New England. And they had the worst receiving core in the league last year. I started to mention Stephon Diggs. He's coming off an ACL injury. Like, how effective is Stephon Diggs going to be if he's your number one, right? So they've revamped, and in air quotes, revamped this receiving core, but like, did they really? Is it really that much better? So I'm with you. I was shocked when I saw the win total here at 8.5. Had it been 7.5, I could see them potentially getting to 8 wins. Like, that would kind of be the ceiling there. But asking them to get to 9 wins, I know they have a very easy schedule. I believe second easiest in the league, but it's still a lot to ask for a second-year quarterback, to your point as well. Like, the narrative with second-year quarterbacks is they regress from what they did in year one.
Mm-hmm.
Drake May was fine in year one. If he regresses at all, they're not winning 9 games. So I'm with you on the under there.
Yeah, and again, even if Vrabel and May do everything you hope and dream of in New England, and they elevate themselves by 4 wins, they double their win total from 4 to 8. It's still under the 8.5, which is even money. I think that's one of the safest bets. And we can clip this off, we can save it, we can share it to social media, and I can get freezing cold takes to death in 4 months when, they're on a roll. I'll happily accept that because I think it will be an anomaly if it happens. I'm out on all of the overcooked Vrabel takes with the Patriots going on some sort of run this year. The other 2 teams in the division, obviously, everybody's down on. Everybody's down on the Dolphins because, to be honest, what did they do to improve their roster this offseason, Kate? Okay, they traded for Minkah Fitzpatrick, but they gave up Jalen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith to do so. I don't see what else they did. It feels like the shine is totally off of the Mike McDaniel era, and we're just waiting for the other foot to drop now, for them to go 6-11 and for a decision to be made to pull the plug.
Yeah, this is a team, Chris, that I like for alt totals under. I mean, you can get under 5.5 at 3-1. I mean, I know their actual win total is 8.5, so that seems like maybe a vast overreaction, but I don't think this Miami Dolphins team is very good at all. Mike McDaniel is on the hot seat, coming off his first losing season. It only has 1 double-digit win season in his tenure with the Dolphins, and this offensive line is a mess. You only have 2 players that have played more than 1,000 snaps, and so you're asking them to protect Tua, who of any quarterback in the league probably needs the most protection because of all his injury history and his concussion history. And Tua has only played more than 13 games in one of his 5 seasons in the league. And so that's not instilling a whole lot of confidence in me that Tua is going to be able to stay on the floor. Zach Wilson is the backup to Tua. Like, this is a team that I think you take unders on their win total. I know we talked yesterday that the Saints could easily be the worst team in the league, and I think that there's a lot of validity to that. I think the Dolphins could rival the Saints as one of the worst records in the league this year. I am totally out on the Dolphins.
I'm glad you brought up the Zach Wilson thing because, to your point about Tua never playing a complete season, at some point he's going to get hurt behind that O-line. Terron Armstead retires. Like, it's just, there's a lot of things that are not adding up to looking like a bright season down in South Florida. And then there's the Jets. Aaron Glenn, the new head coach. And they were 3-7 in 1-score games last year. So they were in a lot of games. But there was a lot of problems down the stretch in those 1-score games. Coaching, Robert Saleh. We saw the relationship. I don't care what Aaron Rodgers says between he and Rodgers was not great. Rodgers did find some life in the back third of the season for what it's worth, but it wasn't enough for this team. The offense seemed misguided. I think Aaron Glenn is going to come in, especially with Justin Fields at quarterback, lean on the run game, let the defense do what they should do because they still do have talent. We talked about the Garrett Wilson extension, Sauce Gardner being next. They still believe in him, and I think they should. I think they should believe in that defense. I think the best formula for the Jets this year is exactly what the Pittsburgh Steelers did in the first 6 weeks last year. Don't ask Justin Fields to do too much. When Justin Fields had relatively little pressure on him, and I don't mean pressure from the opposition defense, I mean just pressure to go out there and win because he was the backup to Russell Wilson last year, he looked like the Justin Fields a lot of us expected when he came out to Chicago. And when all the pressure was on him with the Bears, and sure, there will be a fair amount of pressure in New York with the media circus that always exists around the Jets, but I think he'll handle it well after a year in Pittsburgh. I wouldn't be surprised to see Fields play within himself, not turn the ball over too much. He still does have to work on the fumbling issues. But the Jets at 6.5 wins, plus 120 to the over, I'll be honest, I like them as a 7 or 8 win team. I think the Jets surprise some people. And when we all ask ourselves, hey, are the Jets going to Jets themselves? They may. They look, it's in that organization's DNA. You can't argue it. But I think they built things properly with a guy who's going to have no BS like Aaron Glenn to play within themselves and win 8 games this year.
I really like the Aaron Glenn hire for the Jets, and I think he is going to be the one to kind of turn this organization around. The defense for me is huge. Like, they took a step back last year, but a lot of that was because of injuries to that defense. And so if they're healthy this year, I still think that is a top 10 defense in the league. That's going to help them win some games. That's going to take a little bit of the pressure off Justin Fields. He was 5-2 as a starter last year. So if he can build on that, I'm higher on the Jets than most people probably are as well, Chris. I like the over on their win total. I'm aligned with you on that.
Our video producer and heavily scorned Bears fan, Brian Gertsch, points out that Justin Fields is 0-23 as a starter when his opponents score 21 or more points. I will not accept. I am not here for your Justin Fields slander today, Gertsch. So I will have none of that. They don't need him to score 21 points. They got a solid defense in New York. I think they'll be better than most expect. We'll get back to college football previews at the top of the hour. Chris Thomas from Atlanta to talk about the All-Star game. We play Nickel or Dime next right here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
SEC Media Days never fail to just give you more than you could possibly digest. And a few people had some interesting things to say that we'll talk about here in Nickel or Dime in just a few moments on the BetMGM Network, live coast to coast. Don't forget, you can always listen wherever you're going, whatever you're doing, not just inside your free Odyssey app, but also on iHeart and TuneIn as well. We thank you for joining us here. Kate Constable alongside myself, Chris Mack, in for Joe O and Sammy P. Less than an hour from now, Chris Thomas of 92.9 The Game in Atlanta to set the scene for the All-Star Game at Truist Park tonight. Lightning bets before we wrap up, maybe some All-Star Game bets in there. And in 20 minutes, we'll continue the college football previews, which we'll do all week long, by looking at those smaller conferences, the group of 5, group of 6, whatever you want to call it, which teams we think can win their conferences, and maybe more importantly, which teams have a legitimate shot to be the representative of that group of 5 in the college football playoff. Plus, we'll take a look at Notre Dame, replacing Riley Leonard at quarterback, but a lot of other returning talent. We'll get to that in just a moment. But nickel or dime, he's back from his international travels, and he's ready to lead us through it. And he just may start us in the conference that we've already previewed. Go catch it in the podcast, wherever you get your podcasts. The Big 12 earlier today. Jay Kassan, once again, the floor is yours, my friend.
Oh, well, thank you. Anytime you could take the floor for yourself, far be it for me to make things about myself. But, it's nickel or dime. It's my segment, so I'm gonna... No, I've never been known. That's nothing usually anybody says about me. Jay Kassan never usually makes things about himself. I would never do that, especially if you've been watching the BetMGM Network's Twitter page over the last couple of weeks. While I was gone, by the way, which was a choice, but sure. I don't, that's above my pay grade.
What happened on the BetMGM Twitter page?
Oh, you had the kickball roster, which was an insane. That one kind of miffed me. I was, how are you going to talk about the thing that I bring as content to this network with kickball while I'm gone for 2 weeks? Who made that decision? Hello. Anyway,
very notably sensitive about his kickball team as well, Jake Hassan.
I didn't even tell you guys a part of my travels. When I came back, I was supposed to go. I landed at 7:00. I was going to make it because our kickball game was at 9:15. I was going to get off that Aer Lingus flight, brother, and go right to that game. And then the weather in Chicago had other issues or had other plans, which was really sad.
Did the team stay afloat while you were gone?
So it actually worked out because while I was gone, we had the 4th of July, which was bye week. So there were no games at all. And then the one game that I missed was canceled because of weather. So I missed 0 games. And that's what we call good planning, baby. Anyway.
Wow.
Everyone really cares about my kickball.
That is solid planning. I don't think you actually planned it that way, but it's good it worked out for you.
Okay, listen, because Kate, semantics. Let's just all talk about my giant brain and how good I am at planning stuff. I think we should spend a lot of time on that. And Chris would be the first to tell you I'm great at planning, especially when I have days.
When you're in charge of the rundown.
Right. There's never any complaints. And what else there's no complaints about? Nickel or dime, which we do start in the Big 12. Would you rather go the nickel on Colorado to win the Big 12 at 18-1? Or the dime on literally any of the favorites, which are much better teams, arguably, who am I to say, than Colorado?
Kate?
I mean, that's easy, Chris, or at least it's easy on my end. I'll go the dime on any of the favorites over Colorado. I think Colorado, they have maybe a little bit more depth this season, but not the top end talent that's going to get them a ton of wins. I'm out on Colorado, out on Prime. I'll take any of the favorites, the dime on those over the nickel on Colorado.
Yeah, I hate to just patently agree with you, but exactly what you said. They lost Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders. I don't expect Shedeur Sanders to do much in Cleveland, maybe as much so because they're, the Browns as Shedeur Sanders. But Travis Hunter, yeah, sorry. You lost the Heisman Trophy winner and arguably the best quarterback in the conference. So they may still fill out the roster fairly well with Dion at the helm, but I will take a dime on any of those handful of the favorites. Arizona State, Texas Tech, who else? Utah, Baylor, Kansas State that we talked about earlier.
What we really should be doing is the market for who has the better win total, Colorado or Cleveland Browns. Colorado University, obviously, but Colorado. I digress. But yeah. Next nickel or dime, would you rather go to the NFL nickel on the Chargers to win the AFC West? That's plus 360. Or the dime on the Chiefs to win the AFC Conference at 3-1, Chris?
The zombie Chiefs. They're never going to go away. They're just not. Okay? Just when you think you've stabbed them in the head with an ice pick and the zombie is dead, they stand back up and they come marching after you with Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. Yeah, the Chiefs to win the AFC at 3-1. We just got done talking about the Bills and the AFC East. Have they shown us yet that they can get over the hump and get to the Super Bowl? No, they have not. As much as I like Josh Allen, I still got to see that happen in January. As long as Mark Andrews is still there dropping Super Bowl berths with the game on the line, I question Baltimore. And Cincy, do they have anyone? Hold on, I'm looking at the... No, they have no one on defense. So Joe Burrow can throw for 5,000 yards and 50 touchdowns. They're going to give up 30 points a game. And that is not going to play well in the playoffs either, even if they play at Burrowhead. No, give me the Chiefs to win the AFC, a dime on that at 3-1, Kate.
Can we also argue that this Chiefs roster this year is better than last year's, or at least like health-wise? You get Rashee Rice back. That receiving core is going to be a lot stronger. The Chiefs are winning the AFC. I would bet on that before I would bet on the Chargers. Justin Herbert was mentioned in that ESPN article that all the GMs and coaches voted on the top quarterbacks, and he's getting a lot of flack for what has he done in this league so far. The potential for Justin Herbert has been there, and that's what's kind of held him up, I think, throughout his career. But he hasn't done it. He hasn't won yet. He hasn't done anything really. So I'm on the Chiefs, the dime on the Chiefs versus the nickel on the Chargers to win the division.
Another team, another division that we talked about already. Would you rather go the nickel on the Miami Dolphins, worst record, 25-1, or the dime on the Jets, over 6.5 wins, plus 120? Kate, we'll go to you.
I think you know where I'm going with this one. Dolphins, nickel on them to have the worst record, 25-1. I'm just like so out. I've never been more out on a team than I am on the Dolphins. I think Mike McDaniel's getting fired mid-season. I think Tua's not making it through the year. I think this Dolphins team is going to be awful. 25-1, I'll throw a nickel on that.
I have a hard time disagreeing with everything you just said, except the New Orleans Saints still exist. So if I'm betting on worst record, I'm probably betting on the Saints this year. I would take the dime on the Jets over 6.5 wins. I laid it out a couple minutes ago. I think Aaron Glenn changes the culture in that building. I think as underwhelming as some people think Justin Fields can be at times, they just ask him to manage the offense. They lean on Breece Hall in the defense. So I'll take the Jets over 6.5 wins.
All-Star game tonight, famously, nickel on your choice. PCA 12-1, Kershaw 60-1, or Ellie De La Cruz 35-1 for All-Star game MVP, or just the dime on Aaron Judge to hit a home run 6-1. Chris.
I've already made my bet on pitching in tonight's game, so I'm not taking the dime on Judge to homer. And I laid out the case earlier for Kershaw to back his way into MVP as the Legends' choice for the NL roster, especially if, like Jake said, he gets to pitch late in the game, 60-1. Yeah, I like the Ellie De La Cruz you brought up earlier at 35-1 because he could do something electric, but Kershaw 60-1. I'll go with the nickel on that, Kate.
I really like that, but I'm not going to steal your thunder there. So I'll go Judge to homer, 6-1. No reasoning behind that other than that it's Aaron Judge. It's the All-Star game. He's going to show up, show out. But I do like the Kershaw 60-1 look, Chris, to win MVP. That's great. But I'm going to put the dime on Judge to homer at 6-1 instead.
All right, last one. This is more of a miscellaneous question, somewhat college football, but what is more likely, in your opinion? Arch Manning isn't a top 4 quarterback in the SEC, or Nick Saban returns to coaching?
Ooh, let's set this up with some sound.
Likely? Yeah, let's do that.
This is Jordan Rogers yesterday at SEC Media Days on ESPN talking about Arch Manning.
Arch Manning is the top quarterback in the SEC. Fact or fiction?
That is fiction. Y'all have been drinking Paul Feinbaum's Kool-Aid for way too long. I have him as the 5th. Let me repeat that. The 5th best quarterback in the SEC. The hype train is out of control. And what are we basing this on? We're basing this on games last year against UTSA, Louisiana Monroe, and Mississippi State, who were 93rd, 103rd, and 118th in the scoring defense in the FBS last year. Look, I love Arch. I think he has a very high floor, but I don't think he's an elite talent when it comes to his arm ability, his ability to manipulate the pocket, to make guys miss, to change his arm angle. I think he's a really good quarterback, but the hype train's out of control.
We also had Greg McElroy, famously close to Alabama, SEC Network, saying he's pretty adamant, a source close to Greg McElroy, that Nick Saban will be coaching again. He's not done. So that sets up this question of more likely Arch Manning not a top 4 quarterback, Kate, in the SEC, or Nick Saban returning to coaching. I mean, I think it's more likely Saban returns to coaching in the next few years and just gets tired of sitting next to Pat McAfee while he dances during breaks.
I'm going to go the other way. I think there's no way Saban returns to coaching. He's 73. He's not going to be taking over Alabama. And then do you want to go somewhere else where you're kind of having to like start over at 73? I'm not sure Miss Terry allows that. I don't think Miss Terry allows that. So I'm going to go Arch Manning. It's more likely that he's not a top 4 quarterback than Saban returns. I'm not buying Saban coming back to the sidelines.
I just have a hard time finding 4 quarterbacks that are going to be better. Definitely going to be better than Arch in the SEC this year. Okay, I'll give you Nussmeier. I'll give you Lenora Sellers.
Yeah.
But after that, like, I really like John Mateer going to Oklahoma. I'll include him. Then we're down to like DJ Lagway at Florida and Diego Pavia at Vanderbilt. I mean, either one of those guys going to be better than Arch Manning? I don't know. I think I get what Jordan Rogers is saying about the level of competition, but as much as I like watching Pat McAfee dance during breaks to Lil Jon, I don't think Coach Saban is down for it, and he argues with Miss Terry to go off and coach somewhere for a couple of years towards the end of his career. We'll continue with college football. We preview the Group of 5 and even talk some Fightin' Irish next, right here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
It's a good time of year with the All-Star break here to start to look ahead to football season, not just the NFL, but college football season as well. So we're doing it all week here on Bet Sweats, previewing conference by conference and teams we like to make the playoffs. We're even going to include the little guys, if you want to call them that, the group of five in just a moment. And we will start our conversation in just a second with Notre Dame as well. Still a national championship contender in many people's eyes, despite the loss of their starting quarterback. We will talk All-Star game, though, with Chris Thomas of 92.9 The Game in Atlanta in about 20 minutes as well. Lightning bets before we wrap up. Certainly, there might be some WNBA looks as the Fever are in action tonight, and definitely All-Star game looks as well. Don't forget, you can always watch and listen to the show however you'd like, including in podcast form. Bet Sweat's available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Be sure to check in throughout the week on these conference-by-conference previews for college football that I mentioned, and, of course, division-by-division previews across the NFL as well. We just wrapped up the AFC East a little earlier today, the NFC South yesterday. We'll continue that throughout the week as well, as Joe and Sam are off alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack, live coast to coast here on the BetMGM Network with Bet Sweats. And let's start with Notre Dame before we get to the group of five, group of six, whatever people want to call it, Kate. They do lose Riley Leonard at quarterback. I don't know if that's necessarily the massive loss that some would make it out to be, especially when we consider, I know he was electric. He made plays at times, especially late in the year, Leonard. But especially we can consider the fact that Jeremiah Love is back. Their offensive line is supremely experienced and talented, and they get 7 starters back on the defensive side of the ball. They're minus 165 to make the college football playoff again for a reason. Their win total at 10.5 is even money to the over, minus 125 to the under. They are 14-1 to win the national championship game, but you follow the logical progression of how things have gone in the Marcus Freeman era at Notre Dame, that would be the next step, right? I don't know if they get there, but Notre Dame is definitely a playoff team again this year. Their schedule's certainly interesting. We can get to that in a second, but they haven't lost as much talent as you would think a team that went as deep in the playoffs as they did could from one season to another. So I still think there's a really good reason to bet the Irish in a lot of spots this year, including week 1 when they open up against Miami and they're only laying a field goal.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to get any better than they were last year because they played in the national championship game, right? I mean, so it would just be getting back there. And if you look at the trajectory of Notre Dame under Marcus Freeman, 9-4 his first season, 10-3 his second, 11-1 last year. I mean, if you think that's going to continue, which I do, I think Notre Dame's going to be a really good team this year, and they benefit from such a soft schedule that we will get into in a second. But you made the point, Chris, like, yeah, Riley Leonard's gone, and that's big to lose your starting quarterback, but Jeremiah Love is still on this team. And the offensive philosophy of Notre Dame is just kind of to pound the rock and run the ball and, win in the trenches. And I think that's something that they're still going to be able to do. They're going to be able to lean on this offensive line, which is stacked. 5 guys returning with starting experience. Again, Jeremiah Love, phenomenal. Maybe arguably one of the best running backs, if not the best running back in the league. Now that Ashton Genty is gone, I think you can say that. They added some wide receiver talent. They needed to do that. Got a couple transfers in there. And then the defense is going to be what Notre Dame's defenses are every year. And so I think, if they win, they open the season at Miami. That's a big game. That'll be one that we'll all be having our eyes on. Notre Dame's 3-point favorites in that one on the road. And then they play Texas A&M at home the following 2 weeks later. And then who do they play, Chris, the rest of the season? I mean, it's a cakewalk.
Yeah.
They could, as long as they don't pull what team was it last year that beat them? NIU. As long as they don't pull another NIU upset type of deal where they get blown out at home by a inferior team, this Notre Dame team could be looking at an undefeated record going into the playoffs. I think that is definitely on the table for them.
I mean, even money to go over 10.5 wins. Like you said, as long as they don't trip up in the opener at Miami or against A&M or Boise State. I don't want to say that feels like a lock, but yeah, avoid the huge upset loss like they had last year to that's future Pac-12 member NIU to you and I, okay? Then I think they'll be okay to hit that 10.5 win mark and go over. So I'd make a playoff bet, but minus 165 is too steep a price for me. And I do think they're definitely a playoff team. Speaking of the future Pac-12, current Pac-2, I don't think there's a lot to talk about with Oregon State and Washington State. Lots of experience back for the Beavers, but their O-line is, they're lined at 6.5 wins. Washington State, tough schedule, just 3 returning starters and minus 160 to under 5.5 wins. Both of their schedules are kind of a mishmash. They play each other twice. I just...
How is this conference working this year? Is there a conference title game? Does the conference winner get into the playoff?
They definitely don't get into the playoff.
They just play each other 4 weeks in a row. Whoever wins that series gets it.
They seriously play each other twice in the month of November. They play each other twice. Oregon State has such powerhouses as Lafayette on their schedule and Sam Houston. Washington State has, North Texas and Idaho on their schedule. So they're just trying to piece it together until next year when the Pac-12 basically becomes them and the remnants of the Mountain West, plus a few other stragglers. I mentioned NIU as well. It's just tough to watch the way those programs have had the rug pulled out from under them after both being competitive in the Pac-12 for multiple years before the conference broke up and got raided by the Big Ten. As for the rest of the group of 5 or 6, whatever you want to call it, the Mountain West, they had a playoff representative last year. Obviously, Boise State, 14 returning starters, Kate, but no Ashton Genty. There are other teams in this conference that I think are live to maybe win the conference. They're going to have to beat Boise State at some point to win the conference, I think. Dan Mullen takes over at UNLV with a bunch of big school talent coming in. They're 6-1. Air Force dominated their final 4 games last year. They returned 14 starters, 8 on offense. They're 14-1 to win the conference. I think the most interesting thing here is that Boise is the prohibitive favorite to make the playoff from the group of 5 at minus 135. Then you get UNLV at 6-1. San Jose State at 8-1 is an interesting one to me. They have, and I always say his name wrong, Ken Niumatatolo. Thank you, Chris, for actually pronouncing the gentleman's name correct, their head coach. They've got the easiest schedule in the Mountain West. They don't play Boise. They don't play UNLV. Walker Egat is back as their quarterback, 7 returning starters on offense. They're 8-1 to win the Mountain West. And if you look at them to make the playoff, they're 50-1. If you're looking for a shocker, San Jose State, I think, is worth sprinkling a little bit on for a shocker to make that 12-team college playoff field.
Chris, we must be reading the same college football preview book because San Jose State was a team I had circled for a lot of those same reasons. Defense, to tack on to everything you just said, defense brings back 14 of their 22 players that have starting experience. So, I mean, that unit's going to be solid. I'm not sold on Boise State just running away with this conference. Like, Ashton Genty was the team last year. I think they're going to, and I know they have some depth in the running back room, but it's not Ashton Genty level depth. Like, it's not going to be apples to apples in terms of what their run game looks like this year. And they relied so heavily on that last season. I know they have a ton of experience back. You have your quarterback, Maddox Madsen back. He threw for over 3,000 yards last season. But I just wonder if this team is going to look, or the offense is going to look drastically different, not having a player like Ashton Genty. And are we undervaluing how much he meant to that offense and the success that they had last year? Like, if Ashton Genty was not on the team last year, I don't think they would have.
I think they lose to UNLV if they get to the conference championship game.
That UNLV game. You're right. Yeah. That's a great call. I was going to say, I'm not sure they get to the playoffs, and I'm certainly not sure they win a game in the playoffs if they don't have Ashton Genty on the team last year. So to be as heavy of a favorite, and I mean, it's not even that heavy, but the clear-cut favorite in that conference, I think you can certainly look at a couple other teams further down the board.
The other conference that people talk about maybe having a possible playoff team, and they had a couple teams in the discussion late last year, the American Conference. And they've got half a dozen teams, honestly, that could win this conference. 6 out of the 14 teams may have a legitimate shot to win the American Conference. UTSA got beaten up in the portal. They do have Owen McCown back at quarterback. They're 5-1 to win the conference. Tulane, who won it last year, lose their quarterback, just 9 starters back. They got to go on the road to UTSA and Memphis, who we'll get to in a second. But Tulane's number is really short, 275. Army, won the conference last year. Tulane was in the conference championship game, but they lose their quarterback. Their defense should still be solid. USF, some people expect something from, but they get Memphis and Navy on the road. Speaking of Memphis and Navy, those are the 2 teams I have an eye on. Memphis is 6-1 to win the conference. Navy plus 375. They've got the softest conference schedule, avoiding Tulane and UTSA. Blake Horvath back at quarterback with 7 other starters on offense. They got that crazy wing T, an 81% red zone percentage last year, which was best in the country. They're 16-1 to make the playoff. Remember, those service academies were in the conversation late last year, and we were wondering what would it be like if they have to play the Army-Navy game, and could there be a playoff spot on the line, or it would already be decided? What would that do to the Army-Navy game? I really like Navy at plus 375 to win the American, and then 16-1 to make the playoff. It's a shorter number, but I think is worth a shot.
Chris, in the American, I am going over to South Florida. Okay. I kind of like them to have somewhat of a bounce back season. I mean, they finished with a winning record last year, but losing Byron Brown, their quarterback, early on in the season, that kind of added to quite a few of those losses. You get him back this year. That offense should be among the top scoring wise in the American. And I think they can certainly keep up with a lot of the other teams above them in the odds. So I like your Navy look. Don't disagree with it whatsoever, but just to throw another opinion out there, I think South Florida is a team now with a healthy quarterback back that has experience as well. I think South Florida further down the board, and I'm not talking South Florida necessarily to make the college football playoff. That's at a crazy number of 35-1, but at least to win the American, that could be something to keep an eye on.
Another
Plus
team. Yeah, another team people have talked about as a possible playoff shot. I know they had decent odds last year, but they lose a lot on offense in Conference USA. They do have the softest schedule in Conference USA. Liberty, 11-1 to make the playoff. I want to say just like 135 or 145 to win the conference. Probably too chalky to actually bet. I would keep an eye on Louisiana Tech in Conference USA. They're 9-1 to win the conference, not to make the playoff most likely, but they had 3 tight overtime losses last year. They get Liberty and Western Kentucky, another strong team in that conference, at home. And they got one of the better quarterbacks, Evan Bullock, in Conference USA. I don't know if you got any looks way down deep in Conference USA.
I really don't. Western Kentucky, a team I had my eye on, but they're, second shortest odds. That's kind of a obvious pick that they could be in the mix. Won 8 or 9 games in each of their last 2 seasons. So they've had recent success. I don't have any strong looks on further down the board of like taking Middle Tennessee 15-1 or New Mexico State or anything like that. In fact, New Mexico State last year, weren't they one of the worst ATS teams in college football?
Yes.
Like you just bet against New Mexico State every week and you were probably fairly profitable.
Probably in a pretty good spot. Yeah. The other 2 small conferences that may be, I don't know, everybody wants to take a look at the board and see if they find some kind of value somewhere. The MAC, Buffalo, plus 450 favorites are near the top of the board with Toledo to win that conference. They return 16 starters, something to keep an eye on. Plus, they get a transfer from Kansas State at quarterback. Something, again, quarterbacks make the difference, especially in some of these smaller conferences. The Sun Belt. Southern Mississippi is basically last year's Marshall team that ended up winning the Sun Belt. I mean, head coach, most of the roster, all of it just went to Southern Miss. They're 18-1 to win the Sun Belt if you really want to be a sicko. They're getting 12.5 at home to open week 1 against Mississippi State. Again, sicko college football fans, you want to make a Sun Belt future bet, Southern Mississippi. I'm there with you.
I mean, that's a phenomenal number. I'm going to go a little shorter. Louisiana, Ragin' Cajuns. I like them. 7 plus 750. I'm surprised you're getting them at that big of a number. But this isn't a conference where, James Madison at the top, but there's no runaway favorite, I don't think. That you can take some shots further down the board, Chris.
Yeah, those will be the games I'm just watching the scores. I don't even have them up on like the 5 screens when I'm watching games on Saturdays. All-Star game we'll be watching tonight in Atlanta. Chris Thomas of 92.9 The Game in Atlanta. Also, the Braves post-game host going to join us to set the scene for the Midsummer Classic next right here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Midsummer Classic tonight at Truist Park in Atlanta. We'll get you all our favorite plays for it in just a couple moments before we wrap up the show here on Bet Sweats. Live coast to coast on the BetMGM Network. Chris Mack and Kate Constable in for Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich. We'll get Chris Thomas of 92.9 The Game in Atlanta on in just a moment. Don't forget, you missed anything, including those detailed breakdowns, conference by conference across college football. We'll continue them throughout the week. And the NFL, AFC East, an hour ago. You can always download them in podcast form wherever you get your podcasts. And you can always watch the show on YouTube as well. Just search for the BetMGM Network. It's Skeens against Scooble. Will we get a lack of offense again? A lot of low-scoring all-star games recently. Or will things pop off in Atlanta? Hot Atlanta. Third time they've hosted the Major League Baseball All-Star Game way back in 1972, before any of us were around, at Atlanta Fulton County Stadium. The NL won 4-3 in extras. Joe Morgan, the MVP for the Big Red Machine. And in 2000 at Turner Field, the AL won 6-3. Derek Jeter was the MVP. Who's the MVP tonight? We've had a couple different angles, and it's been a crazy few days in Atlanta. I don't know if Chris Thomas has had a chance to sleep at all. They've had WWE, they've had Beyonce, they got SEC Media Days going on, and the All-Star Game, but he's ready to go. Morning, Chris. How are you, and how are things down in the ATL?
Well, I'm doing fine, but I know my lovely girlfriend, she was at the concert last night, and she was with her friends having a great time. So I'm doing okay, but those and 75,000 of her closest friends may be a little slow moving this morning. I'll say that.
Struggling just a little. Yeah, I could imagine. I'd probably be right there with her if I was at Beyonce last night. So good thing I wasn't. Otherwise, this show, Chris would be carrying it even more so than he already is. Yeah. In terms of the Derby last night, what's just kind of the sentiment that you've been hearing around Atlanta? Did people enjoy it? Did they have any arguments to maybe some of the rules in terms of the inches that separated a couple of these home runs? What's just kind of the vibe around Atlanta after last night?
Yeah, so I had the privilege of doing a show from Dale Murphy's restaurant over the weekend on 92.9 The Game, and it was absolutely jammed, pillar to post. Atlanta has gone all out this year to provide the All-Star Weekend and the festivities. It was so much fun. Got to chat with the likes of Dan Ugla and Rafael Belliard and a lot of Braves legends alike. Home Run Derby was okay. You miss some of the old flair, some of the old pizzazz, the back. We don't have it anymore from Chris Berman. But the actual event itself, it was cool. Cal Raleigh's having himself quite a year, right? The big dumper. I tweeted this out last night, right? It's like, if you're Cal Raleigh, how do you really feel about having the nickname the big dumper that's going to follow you for the rest of your life, not only as an athlete, but once you retire? But Atlanta showed up. They showed out. It was nice and hot last night. The balls were carrying. We had a 513-foot shot by O'Neal Cruz. That was absolutely amazing. And the finals were good. It was entertaining. I think the Home Run Derby's lost a step over the last couple of years, so I'll be interested to see if they make any tweaks to try to improve it over the coming years.
Yeah, I still get annoyed when a guy will hit an absolute monster shot and we don't get the wide shot immediately of watching it carry. Instead, we go right back to the next pitch. That's part of the,
they got to fix that. Yeah, it's almost nauseating to the point what they're doing with the cameras.
Yeah, it's just I enjoyed when it was the old school, give them 10 outs, let them take their time, and we all get to watch the majesty of each moonshot as it flies out of the ballpark. I mean, we had guys literally hitting the ball out of the stadium last night. You mentioned O'Neal Cruz. I know you handle post-game for the Braves on 92.9 The Game. Just I don't know how often you get over there to see BP or not, but like these were eclipsing BP level shots. Like the parts of the park they were hitting the ball to have never seen a baseball before, Chris.
Yeah, it was amazing. They were hitting it into the fountains in between left and center field. It was absolutely amazing. As you mentioned, a couple of balls actually did leave the ballpark last night. One of our co-hosts, Afternoon Drive, Mike Bell, was sitting right next to the racetrack sign where the ball went out and over the fence, and he was able to take a really cool picture of it. So that was awesome. But yeah, it was, again, I think the weather had a big part in it. It was still close to about 90 degrees when they tipped that thing off last night, and it was nice and humid. So it really helped the balls carry last night. And I think overall it was a good event, but I think we all harken back to the days of, like, the 90s and the early 2000s when you had all of your top players seemingly playing every single year, kind of like what the NBA All-Star game is today in terms of, does anybody really want to see 200 points in a game? Does anybody really want to see some of these players that maybe are not the household names of the Barry Bonds and the Alex Rodriguez and, even the Aaron Judges and the Shohei Ohtanis in today's baseball that maybe you'll do it once? Aaron Judge won it in 2017. But now it's a lot of guys that you're learning to root for as opposed to the built-in household names.
So, yeah, the NBA All-Star game, like you mentioned, you get a zillion points. The MLB All-Star game, the unders or the lower scoring games are typically what we've seen over the last 10 years or so. So total in this game is 7. With the pitching matchups that we have going tonight, what do you anticipate this game looking like in terms of scoring?
If you look at the middle of both lineups, there's a lot of power. You look at Cal Raleigh, you look at Aaron Judge, you look at Shohei Ohtani, and our guy here, Ronald Acuna Jr., who in 50 games has, 13 home runs and a lot, unfortunately, a lot of those have been solo shots because the Braves can't get anybody on base, but that's a different story for a different day. But I actually would like the over in this one. I know we're coming out of the gates hot with Skeens and Skubal, but I think once you get a little bit deeper into the game, the guys that are going to stay in and play the majority of the innings and maybe get more than one at bat, I think I'll have a chance to shine. So between the power in the middle of the order, I would like the over in this one.
You mentioned Acuna back healthy, playing well. Matt Olson in the home run derby last night. But just what's been the overall, I guess this has been a chance maybe, you tell me, for Atlanta to feel good about baseball again this summer, despite the way the Braves have been playing?
Feel good, I think, might be a stretch, Chris. But just to be able to revel in the fact that, our star gets to represent our city. We all held our collective breath. He was held out of a game right before the All-Star break with lower back tightness. So we all, no, not again. He's only been back for 50 games, but it turns out it was actually a weightlifting I don't want to call it an incident, but he felt a little sore after doing some weightlifting before a game, and he decided to bow out of the home run derby. Matt Olson represented. He didn't quite make it to the finals, but he did a darn good job, and we love and support Matt here. He had a 54 home run season a couple of years ago, so he's been a great addition for the Braves. But Acuna really is the star. He's the star of the city. He's the star. He's a top 3 player in Major League Baseball, 40-70 season. So to see him tonight bat second, which will be interesting because he's been a leadoff man his entire career. So we'll see if there's any adjustments made there. But just to watch him shine in the city is going to be awesome.
Chris, Braves likely not going to make the postseason this year. Do you anticipate them with the deadline coming up to be sellers? And if so, who do you see no longer in a Braves uniform after the end of July?
Well, here's the problem. They have nobody to sell because Marcell Ozuna, the DH, has a hip tear that's going to affect him for the rest of the season. So he's damaged goods right now, unfortunately. So you're not going to trade any long-term prospects for him. The only guy that I could see them potentially moving would be Sean Murphy, the catcher, because they have a young kid in Drake Baldwin who's an emerging star, and he's going to be their everyday catcher of the future. But the question is, do you break up one of the only good things that you have going for you? And that is an elite backstop tandem with Sean Murphy and Drake Baldwin. Sean Murphy has also been scorching hot. He had 4 home runs in the last couple of series to end the first half. So you could sell high. But other than him, nobody's going to eat the contracts of an Austin Riley or a Matt Olson. The bullpen is in shambles. If you want a broke down Raisel Iglesias, I'll drive him to the airport for you myself. He has been unfortunately dreadful this season, and you have lost 4 out of your 5 starting pitchers. So there's really nowhere to go. They need a new shortstop. Ozzie Albies is underperforming at second base. Michael Harris has, I think, the worst batting average if you account all of his plate appearances in Major League Baseball. So as much as the Braves could benefit from restocking a weak farm system, they just don't have the horses right now to sell.
Chris Thomas and 92.9 The Game in Atlanta with us, setting the scene for the All-Star game tonight down there. And before we pivot to maybe some SEC Media Day stuff that's been interesting over the last couple of days, as we've been talking a lot of college football this week, the MVP market at BetMGM. We mentioned Acuna. He's at 11-1 to win MVP. We got Matt Olson way down there at like 55-1. In between those two numbers is somebody we mentioned earlier, and maybe just the vibes of him being back in town. Freddie Freeman at 22-1. What's the anticipated reception for Freddie? And, would people in Atlanta like to see him have a moment in this All-Star game in Atlanta that was home for him for so long?
I will say this very firmly. Been there, done that with Freddie Freeman. When Freddie Freeman came back to Atlanta for the first time, I'm not exaggerating, he cried for 3 days straight. We had fun with it on the radio. We played the sound bites, and we've moved on. He's won a World Series with the Dodgers. We thank him for his time. He's a forever Brave. We love the family. We love his story. There was that docuseries that just premiered on him. Great. Go watch it. But in terms of Freddie Freeman and the histrionics of being back in Atlanta, that's a story that's been told. It's been written. And I think he'll get a warm reception, but that'll be about it. There's not going to be I would be surprised if there's like a real moment of appreciation, because we've went through that. But maybe because there's different fans at Truist tonight, maybe they'll do something. But that story has been emotionally wrought and played out here in Atlanta very thoroughly.
Chris, let's switch gears a little bit. SEC Media Day going on right now. You're in the heart of SEC country. What are some of the bigger storylines that you are hearing that's going to affect kind of how this conference shakes out this year?
Yeah. Well, here in Atlanta and Athens, the storyline has been Kirby Smart's committal to quarterback Gunnar Stockton. He was one of the 3 players that was invited to SEC Media Days. It was always kind of assumed he's the starter incumbent going into this year, but they do have a competent backup in Ryan Puglisi, who was a former 5-star himself. We thought there might be a chance that he would get to challenge Gunnar for the starting spot. Does not look like that's going to be the case. Kirby, I don't want to call him the new Nick Saban. I don't know if that's fair, but he certainly is the head honcho in the SEC right now. He holds court every time he speaks at SEC Media Days, so I'm going to listen to that in just a couple of minutes, and I'm excited to see what he has to say. But Greg Sankey yesterday really entertained the idea of a 9-game conference SEC schedule, which some fans are divided on. I took a lot of calls on my show last night on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. My opinion, guys, bring it on. If you're Georgia, if you're Texas, if you're Oklahoma, if you want to be one of the powers in the SEC, you shouldn't be scared of an extra conference game. Bring it on. So those are some of the headlines. And then, of course, all the off-the-field stuff with NIL, transfer portal, how is all that stuff going to be managed? LSU coach Brian Kelly, interestingly enough, I think he has enough to deal with on his own. He's on the hot seat, but he made it a point to say it's on us. It's on the coaches. It's on the staffs to bring this thing in, sort of rope it in cowboy style and say, we're not going to let this thing get out of control. It's on us, the coaches in the SEC, to get this thing right.
There was a hot take from Jordan Rogers yesterday saying that Arch Manning isn't one of the top 4 quarterbacks in the SEC. I went down the list, and I got a hard time finding 4 quarterbacks better than him, Chris, in the SEC right now. If you want to go with Nussmeier, Sellers, I'm a big fan of John Mateer at Oklahoma this year, but after that, we're talking about DJ Lagway, right? We're talking about Diego Pavia. It's Vanderbilt. What's your expectation of the impact Arch Manning has in the SEC this year?
Well, it's interesting because I think people forget why he's there. And he's there because he's a really, really good quarterback and was really, really highly rated coming out of high school. And because so much has been made of the pomp and the circumstance and what Quinn Ewers did the past couple of years, when Arch Manning is going to get a full season this year to showcase his talents, he will be a top 4 quarterback in the SEC. But because it's almost taken a Coach Prime-like circus effect in college football because of his last name and the expectations, you get this, which is people coming in and saying, is he going to be really good? Yes, he is going to be really good. He was a top-rated quarterback, and he's going to be a top-rated quarterback in college. I think the messaging, because it's taken so long for him to get under center as QB1, has kind of gotten lost with the Arch Manning saga. I'm a big believer. I like what I saw last year. I think he's going to be more than fine.
Great stuff, Chris. We appreciate your time this morning. Check him out on 92.9 The Game in Atlanta. Chris Thomas setting the scene for the All-Star Game and so much more. We'll be back to wrap up the show with some lightning bets for the All-Star Game tonight next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Our lightning bets for you in just a moment. We'll wrap up the show telling you what we're betting for tonight's All-Star game. Maybe a little WNBA action sprinkled in as well here on Bet Sweats, live coast to coast on the BetMGM network. If you're getting in on any of that All-Star game action, don't forget, BetMGM account holders, you can get some great odds boosts available to you right now inside your BetMGM app. Go check it out. Everything waiting for you to get you going for tonight's All-Star game. Tomorrow on the show, we'll obviously wrap up the All-Star game. Cameron Maben of Foul Territory. We will power rank, the worst situations across the NFL for quarterbacks, because there's been a lot of talk about this top 10 quarterback list, Kate, and we can dissect that as well. But I think it's more fun to talk about the situations that could be the worst across the league for quarterbacks. So I think we could power rank those.
I think we could too. There are quite a few of them, and it's some intriguing ones. So I think that's a great way to power rank things versus power ranking our top quarterbacks. Little diversity in terms of what are the worst situations. I like that angle a little bit better.
Yeah, I think we can have some fun with it too. Anything you may have missed with the college football conference previews that we've done to this point, tomorrow we'll talk Big Ten. You can always go back and listen to the division by division previews we're doing across the NFL. Tomorrow, AFC South and NFC West. Can always get it inside whatever podcast app you have. Bet Sweats, search for it on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. We will take care of you. We got it all in there. We still got to get to the SEC as well. Obviously, we talked about it some today with SEC Media Days going on. And that's probably, despite what some Big Ten fans would say, the conference that'll have the most playoff teams. I know the Big Ten would like to ensure that they have a certain number every year, and that's a big argument right now for the College Football Playoff Committee. But the SEC and the Big Ten, certainly the big boys, will break those two down over the next couple of days as well. BetMGM giving you a chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. That includes the All-Star break. You can step into the batter's box for BetMGM Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Check it out inside the BetMGM app to access the game. You'll score a prize if you get a single, double, triple, or home run. As for tonight's All-Star game, Kate, I know we don't have a ton of bets, but we got a few. Maybe some MVP bets, maybe some totals, maybe some home run props. Where do you want to start?
Let's start home run prop. I'm going to go, I know in talking with Chris Thomas in the last segment, he said they're kind of over the whole Freddie Freeman return. We've done that song and dance. But I like Freddie Freeman to hit a home run. You get a great price, plus 1060. Return into Atlanta. That's where I'm going to go with a home run bet. That's going to be my only, as of now, my only all-star game bet. I'm not going to fire on a ton of stuff. I don't care who wins the game, side, total. Like that stuff is all, I feel like, just kind of a crapshoot in terms of what you're putting your money on. So I'll go just the Freddie Freeman home run bet. That's going to be my only play in the home run derby. Chris, how about you?
I'm not actually going to do any home runs. I am going to lean in on a lack of offense. Like I said earlier, it's probably not realistic with Skeens if he only works one inning, and it sounds like that'll be the case. But I'm going to go over 1.5 strikeouts for Paul Skeens. It's plus 150 at BetMGM, and I'm a Paul Skeens guy. He faces Riley Green and Cal Raleigh in the top 4 of the American League order. Both guys with strikeout rates better than 25%. Riley Green up over 31%, actually. So he's got a chance, maybe, to get a couple of Ks in that one inning of work. And at plus 150, sure, I'll go with a little bit on that. I'm also, like I said, going to ride the lack of offense. If we go out through the last, let me just make sure I have the math here right. The last 12 All-Star game totals, let's see, 7 of them have been under 7.5. The number is even money at 7 right now at BetMGM. So we'd have a push on a couple of those. But I'm going to take under 7 at even money for tonight's All-Star game. I'll run back the totals again for you. 8 last year, 5, 5, 7, 7. There was a 14 in there, even if it was an extra inning game. 3, 6, 9, 8, 3, 8 over the last 12 All-Star games. So I think with the starting pitching that we have, I'm going to go with under the 7. And then if I'm going to do that, I might as well bet Skeens to like strike out the side and maybe be the only person worthy of an MVP vote. 45-1. You get a 45-1 on Paul Skeens to win something. I feel like that's a good number. And of course, the Kershaw MVP at 60-1 that we laid out earlier. He's the legend selection for the NL All-Star game. Vibes, narrative, maybe his last All-Star game, just hit the 3,000 strikeout mark. If he gets an opportunity to work late in the game, it's a low-scoring game. I don't know. Maybe he comes in and strands a couple of guys on base. I don't know how they'll use Kershaw tonight. But regardless, I think if it's a low-scoring game, we don't have a lot of offense, maybe nobody has a multi-hit game, no homers at all, maybe it goes to a pitcher. It's very, very rare, but that's why you get a 60-1 number. So I'll sprinkle a little on Kershaw as well for MVP. There is WNBA action tonight. I know you mentioned a little bit of it earlier before they hit the All-Star break in a couple of days. Anything there that you like?
Yeah, I'm going to go Caitlin Clark over 8.5 assists. I know earlier, Chris, we talked about her potentially getting 10 plus for some plus money, but this keeps moving to the under. And so you're getting minus 106 on the over. And I think that's a pretty decent price. So I'm going to take over 8.5. Minus 106 right now is what I'm seeing out there on Caitlin Clark. And then I'm also going to take the Washington Mystics I'm going to just take them to win outright on the money line. It's minus 110 on both sides. So I like the Mystics. They're on the road. Sparks have not been great at home this year. And I just think the Mystics overall are the better team. The line movement is indicating that as well, with it flipping from the Mystics as underdogs, 4-point underdogs, to now 1.5-point favorites. I mean, clearly that is, I'm getting it at the very worst of the number, but I still think this Mystics team is good enough to win on the road and cover that 1.5, but at minus 110, I'm just going to grab them on the money line.
You mentioned the Caitlin Clark assist prop. I found it at 10 plus at plus 130. I think I'm going to do it. There will be multiple screens going tonight, much like your household last night, where there was was it quarterback on one screen and the home run derby on the other?
Yep.
Yeah. There might be not just the All-Star game on in our living room tonight. There may be a little check-in on the Fever, see if Caitlin Clark hits that 10 assist number, and then whatever else. Like, I don't know. You what else did you say you were going to watch yesterday that you needed to catch up on besides quarterback? Was there something else?
I finished Love Island. We discussed that. But I finished Love Island, so I didn't have to watch that. So thankfully that was all taken care of, and I could just focus solely on sports last night. Not any Love Island debacle.
Kate Constable.
Sports girl.
I'm going to sit around and watch sports, guys. Not happening in my house will be The Bachelor. Apparently it's a big Bachelor week, I've been told by my wife. She gets together with some of the...
Season?
Yeah, I think. I can't keep up with it anymore. It's... I want to say it's Bachelor in Paradise, but with Golden Bachelor contestants. I don't know. I can't keep up with it. But apparently it's
Golden Bachelor in Paradise.
Is that what? Okay, there you go. So 6 hours worth of Bachelor content over the next couple of days. And typically she and some neighbor friends like to get together and watch it. But they're almost at the point where they're like, how the hell are we going to watch all of this? And my simple response was, well, you guys don't really pay attention to it anyway. You just sit there and talk the whole time. So maybe just get together, have a couple glasses of wine, and don't pretend to pay attention to the show like you usually do.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in a book club, Chris. We talk about the book for about 30 seconds, and then we drink wine the rest of the time. It's not really a book club. It's a drinking wine club. It sounds like that's what your wife's going to be doing. That's a lot of content for The Bachelor, Gold, whatever it is. And how many shows are there like this these days? Like, you just can't keep them straight because there's a zillion of them, and they're all essentially the exact same thing.
like I kind of my neighbor made this comparison as we were talking to our neighbor friends down the street last night after we went for a walk after dinner. We're both giant 12-year-olds and we still watch wrestling sometimes. And he made the comparison. He was like, yeah, welcome to what it's like to be a wrestling fan. There's 3 hours on Monday. There's 2 or 3 hours on Friday. And then they have a pay-per-view on the weekend. And it's like, I can't sit. I'm in my 40s. I can't sit around and watch 9 hours worth of wrestling a week. I'm sorry. I just can't. I'll catch the highlights or see the clips on Twitter.
That's what Twitter is really good for. Like, it'll give you the cliff notes that you need to know without having to watch it all. I mean, especially with wrestling being like fake, right? It doesn't matter who
Still
wins.
Real to me.
Does,
Still real to me. Damn it!
The pain that just flashed in Chris's eyes when you said that
Still
was
real to me.
amazing.
With my brand new autographed Hulk Hogan bandana in the background. How dare you disparage the
Did
reality?
you ever
of-
watch the Hulk Hogan reality show?
No. That looked like total trash. I didn't go near it.
It was very much trash, and I very much enjoyed it.
So you mentioned, this is a good point, social media's like the Cliff's Notes version of your favorite shows if you don't have time to watch them. Do you ever cheat with the book club and just catch a summary of the book?
Yeah, if I don't like the book, I stop reading it, wasting my time, and I just go to Spark Notes or I chat GPT what's going on. Because my book club is strict too. Like, if you don't read the book, don't come. Even though we only talk about it for a minute, it's like you kind of have to be a diehard. But yet, I cheat all the time. I do audiobooks sometimes too. I just go for the drinks and the vibes.
Has anyone ever called you on it? Like, did you really read this?
One time they asked, did you finish it? Because they could tell I didn't quite get through the whole thing. I had to say no.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
We'll see if we can finish the All-Star game tonight and stay locked in the entire time. Maybe our MVP bets will keep us paying attention to the very bitter end. A whole lot more football tomorrow. Kate and I will be back as Joe and Sam continue their very own All-Star break. Thanks to all of you for joining us. Anything you may have missed, download it in podcast form, wherever you get your podcasts. Thanks to Brian Gertz, Jake Hassan, Zach Kroll. For Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. This has been Bet Sweats.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.